Tonight's program is going to be a teaching lesson here, discussing why haters hate money. It's not going to be the usual things here. It's going to be an interactive program. It's going to be an interactive program because you will have the ability to directly participate here. So for those of you watching it live, congratulations. For those of you watching it recorded, next time, be here live. All right, what I want to do here first, I want to take you on a trip here. What we're going to do, we are going to take a look around the wonderful world of Zillow. Is what we're going to do. We're going to take a look around the wonderful world of Zillow, and we are going to check out and see exactly what you have available there so that we can compare this for tonight's program. That's what we're going to do. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to show you on your screen. This is Atlanta, Georgia. Always a good place to start. So we have it here for homes. I haven't put in bedrooms or anything like that. Just got it in for houses is what we have here. And you can see where it starts, $40,000 for that house from the movie Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, I guess. 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and no way out. So that's what you have there. 3 days on Zillow. So I guess if the Friday the 13th people see it, they'll go ahead and grab that. All right. Not sure what's over here, but it's been on Zillow for 169 days. 34 days on Zillow. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. Boarded up. Springside Drive in Southwest Atlanta. This house here has been on the market for 20 days. $75,000. This one right here, $80,000. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, 768 square feet. 768 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, $80,000 on Blanton Avenue. $89,000 for this bando. $90,000 has been, the grass has not been cut since Outkast put out their second album. $90,000. $90,000 for this one here. All right. $109,000 for this one. $110,000 for this one. Just needs some work on the side. Just needs some work on the side there. Yes, sir. $110,000. Oh, this one needs roof work. Among other things, this one needs roof work. They got a tarp on the roof. $120,000. I mean, these are for the bandos. These are for the boarded up ones. These are for the boarded up ones. $120,000 to be boarded up. $120,000 for boys in the hood. $125,000. This one right here, oh, they got this boarded up like a treehouse. $125,000. This one here is $129,000. It looks big. I bet you if you see more pictures of it, it gets worse. Folks, I did this program because I wanted to go here. Let me go ahead and kick the ballistics. Feast your eyes. Now, will someone be able to explain to me what in the deep, fat, fried hell this is? $130,000. Listed by Remax Fine Homes. Remax Fine Homes. What's special? Investors special. Folks, Remax has listed this as a special for investors. What? You're seeing it on your screen. Home is a complete teardown. You don't say. Please enter property at your own risk. Sir, sir or madam, there is no longer a property. Previous home was a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom with nice size front porch. Lot is very good size with room for a long driveway and garage on back of home if wanted. By the way, active under contract. So, don't know if it's in the process of being sold or being bought, but under contract. Yeah. Well, at least they got this part right. 0 beds, 0 baths, 1,000 square feet. Folks, welcome to Atlanta, by the way. $130,000 will buy you a pile of rubble. Damn! In Atlanta, $130,000 will buy you a pile of matchsticks, lumber, used insulation, former shingles. That's what you can get for 130 G's in Atlanta. Now, not next year. You can get that now, just in case you were wondering. I want to go a little bit further here. There's another gem in the rough, by the way. Wow, this little nice cottage. $140,000, and this one was a price cut. What? Oh no, they've actually cut the price on this one. They're actually swinging you a deal. Wow, they've cut the price on this for 676 square feet. $140,000 for 676 square feet. And according to the good folks here at Atlanta Communities, what's special? Location, location, location. Here is your opportunity to own a piece of the pie in the city of Atlanta. This diamond in the rough is situated in a prime location that promises not just a home, but an investment with boundless potential. Investors with an eye for detail will recognize the potential for a substantial return on investment. A tasteful renovation here could lead to a premium resale price or a lucrative rental income stream. Conveniently located to everything imaginable, major interstates, dining, colleges, and universities, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, State Farm Arena, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. What is this thing, Doctor Who's Time TARDIS? Studios, entertainment, and so much more. Endless possibilities await for the cash buyer or a seasoned house flipper in search of your next project. Don't miss out on this chance to turn a neglected property into a show-stopping gem. $140,000. $140,000. I just want you to understand what you're looking at there. For $140,000. Now, what they said was that this was conveniently located here towards all these other amenities. Just couldn't help but notice something. Here goes the neighborhood. This is the car. This is the lot itself here. Google Street View, and this is the neighborhood. Now they want you to put another $100,000 something into this, which is what you would have to do. So you're going to go put another $100,000 into it in this fine upscale neighborhood that is conveniently located near everything, or so they say. I suppose this is worth $200,000 or $300,000, I guess, based on that calculus. We'll drive down the street. All right. Conveniently located at the corner of Havoc and Mayhem. So, there's that. Let's go on a little bit more here. Oh, don't worry. We have more to show you. We're not going to skip around these right here. 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 695 square feet, by the way. Thought I would throw that in there. We can go down the list. This is in Atlanta. This is in Atlanta. And if you want to own a piece of Atlanta, $185,000. $185,000. Needs a little work everywhere. Next up, 200,000. Although you can see what you pass by on the way there. $200,000. This is in Atlanta, 200 G's will buy you 925 square feet on Fairburn Road. That might be a good price for somebody there. Who knows? $210,000. This one is $210,000. They don't even bother showing the inside of it. Atlanta, 1262 Oakland Terrace Southwest, $210,000. And that's before you start fixing it up. Sold as, they got in bold letters. Sold as is. No blind offers. You must visit the site or have your team visit the site prior to submitting an order. This home needs a full renovation. Go street view. Here's the rest of the neighborhood. That was $200,000. Why am I doing this? Because I want to give you a full idea of what you're dealing with here. $219,000, and that was after a $31,000 price cut. This is what they want after a $31,000 price cut. Oh, I want to see all 9 photos. I sure do. This is $219,000. It looks like the house from the 4th Saw movie. It looks like the dungeon house from the 4th Saw movie in here. No, there's no way in the world that these are load-bearing properly. Get ready for the roof to come in, and they talk about $219,000, and they're telling you that we letting you off easy because we did want $249,000. Well, 250,000. They wanted 250,000, and I bet you that the realtor had to twist this person's arm around backwards and put it in the camel clutch to be able to get them to come down from 250. And this is what it takes to live in Atlanta today. They're expecting you to be all right with that in the middle of Atlanta. We can keep going here, but I think you all get the point. And there's a reason why I bring this up. 1714 Ezra Church Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia. $245,000. 1,800 square feet. What are you supposed to do with this? Built in 1949. Once again, discover a hidden gem in one of the hottest and most desirable areas near significant development. That sounds like just a whole bunch of nothing. This property is a unique investment opportunity for the astute investor, offering the potential for either a tear down or full-scale rehabilitation. Key features: prime location in the heart of a rapidly developing area, ARV range $575,000 to $600,000. Versatility, perfect canvas for your investment strategy. Hot market, take advantage of the thriving real estate scene. Investment highlights, high ARV potential. So buy this based on potential. This is the inside. So this house is either a stand-in for the Blair Witch Project, or I'm waiting for Leatherface to come jump out. They done put 2 toilets over here. They didn't even try. They just put 2 toilets over there and left them where they are, and we gone. We ain't even boarding this up. Forget that. Oh, we're not even worried about it. Let's go check out the street view. All right, folks, this is a hot up-and-coming neighborhood, according to the realtor there. Oh, hurry, step right up. This is a hot up-and-coming neighborhood, according to them. Your Nissan Maxima there. According to them. All right. According to them, you heard it. One of the hottest and most desirable areas near significant development. What I just showed you was hottest and most desirable, according to them. And so you can do a tear down if you're willing to spend $245,000 to acquire the property, then the cost to tear it down, and then the cost to build something else on it. $1,827 square feet of house. 1,827 square feet. I'm doing this as a teaching moment because I want you to understand here that if you don't want to live like that, if you want to do better than that, think about this for a few moments. If you want to do better than that, don't you understand there's folks who got a problem with it? There are folks who have a problem with that. If you are looking for something better, they're going to have an issue. Because the bottom line is most of you are not going to want to have that. Most of you won't. Finding the bando is going to be okay for some folks there, I imagine. But for most of you, it's not going to be acceptable. It really, really isn't. Now I'm nosing that Fairburn Road again. Fairburn sure is coming up on the lower end of things. I couldn't help but notice that name keeps coming up. Oh, 856 Fairburn, yeah. So everything on Fairburn is for sale, apparently. Whole bunch of folks selling their property on Fairburn. Fairburn is such a desirable neighborhood that everybody's apparently trying to get out. I'm just asking simple questions in that regard. I'm asking simple questions in that regard. Is that you? That's all I'm asking. I'm simply asking, is that you? Where do you fall in this hierarchy? What type of life do you want for yourself? That's the question I'm asking. Here's $40,000 posted, but here's $40,000, 888 square feet. I'm asking a simple question. What type of life do you want for yourself? $80,000. Did this say new construction? $768 square feet, new construction. New where? 82 days on Zillow. All right. Oh, look. Right off Fairburn. Oh, look. Right off of Fairburn. Oh, I'm starting to see a pattern form here. Right off of Fairburn. Let's take a look around the neighborhood. Oh, boy. Well. All right. You have a question to ask yourself. You have a question to ask yourselves. Why have I taken you through this 20-minute journey here of real estate through Atlanta? Because I want you to understand something here. People who cannot do what you do are going to have a problem with seeing you excel beyond what they could. There's a number of folks here that their lives stall out. Nothing more sad than being a person who peaked in high school. Some of you peaked in middle school. And this is as far as you got. Not because there isn't better out there, but because you can't get better. You have instead attempted to glorify what you actually are able to. We live in a world that runs on money, but there are a number of individuals who, once they start failing at that, the next step is going to be lamenting it. But you can get that far. Well, we don't like hearing that kind of thing because it reminds them of what they haven't done. And I want all of you to keep that in mind, because many of you are living that yourselves. Many of you are living that yourselves. That turns you into somebody who you become a hater, because haters hate money, because money reminds them that, by the way, here's an objective analysis of your ability to master this. An objective measurement of whether you're producing or not. That's a tough pill to swallow if you realize you failed to produce. That's my point. That's my point. All right, now we come to the interactive part here. In the chat room here, we'll just do this for a minute. We're not going to go on for way long. What city would you all like to see me look up next? Tell me. Tell me what city you would like to have me look up next. I'll give you all roughly a minute here in the chat room to go ahead and post what you'd like to see. But what city would you like to see next? Okay, I see a lot of people saying Dallas. Lot of people saying Dallas right now. A lot of people plugging in for Dallas. We'll go ahead and see if we can take a look at that first. And I want to make sure that you're aware that for those of you who are younger, just keep that in mind. Now, this applies to you. Just keep in mind that this applies to you. This will apply to you too. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, 864 square feet. It's going to have to cost you $105,000. They show you 3 photos. Not even showing the whole thing there. There are your 3 photos. $105,000. Come and get it. Oh, multiple offers received. Presenting all offers Saturday, January 27th. Still says for sale 2 days later. So, sounds like it didn't go so well, but yeah. Let's take a look at the street view here. $105,000. Looks like a nice, quiet enough neighborhood, or at least I hope it stays that way. At least I hope it stays that way. It's the year 2024, and here is what $155,000 will get you in Dallas, Texas. In Dallas, Texas, $155,000 will get you this with the trash cans right up on the porch. All right. I guess that'll keep them from stealing it. 672 square feet. 672 square feet. $155,000. 672 square feet. 832 square feet. Another one. $157,000. And it can be yours. I'm going down the list here because I want you to understand that what you aim for in life is eventually going to be where you are in life. And that's going to eat you alive. It is going to eat a hole in your soul. You're just going to be a reamed out husk of what you could have been, thinking about what life could have been. And instead, you will have to try to console yourself with where you are. Because now you can only remember the missed opportunities, or the ones that were never missed because they were never available. $190,000 is the door sitting over here to the side. You're showing the same thing twice, Mr. Realtor. I don't think that window is secured, Mr. Realtor. Hope this ain't water damage. Okay. $190,000. $190,000. $190,000. Trash cans in the front. Trash cans in the back. They didn't even bother. Do you see this? Do you see how Juan Caballero describes this? Charming 4-bedroom fixer-upper. Unlock the potential. Nestled in a quiet and established neighborhood. Let's see what quiet and established looks like. Okay. Okay. They're established, all right. I hope they're not established for the first 48. With its solid structure, this property is a blank canvas for your personal touch. Situated on a spacious lot, this property offers plenty of outdoor space for gardening, entertaining, or expanding the house if you desire. With some TLC and creativity and $150,000, you can transform this fixer-upper into your dream home. Folks, Dallas, Texas, 1,000 square feet, $190,000. $190,000. Do you understand what I'm explaining to you here? Do you understand that? That's not a joke. That's $200 a square foot. What do you want out of life? What do you expect out of life? What is it that you get out of life that says you? Not that it's the best you could get, but that this is what says you. This is what defines you. This is what meets up for you. I want you to understand, haters hate money. You know why? Because money is what determines whether or not they wasted their lives. Oh, you don't have to like that, but it's true. $215,000. Folks, do you understand how easily you could go broke and not have a whole lot to show for it there? Do you understand how quickly that could happen? You could very easily go broke and not have a whole lot to show for it. Not a whole lot at all. That's my point. That's my point. Distracting yourself from that reality is not going to make it better. It isn't going to make it better. Let me go take a look at this right here. $229,000. Location, investment property. Large corner lot home comes with adjoining lot. Welcome to your next lucrative investment opportunity in Dallas. Perfect for flippers or anyone looking for some great equity. Mr. Marenko, this property is the perfect canvas for a profitable flip. Great location near Loop 12, I-20, I-35. No wholesalers or assignments accepted. The price reflects the condition of the home. The property is sold as is, and no repairs will be made. As is, 2,400 square feet, $229,000? Well, compared to the other stuff that we saw, we must have hit the jackpot here, so we're in the money. And it comes with a lot. Oh, man, how could you lose? Oh, that was the outside. Oh, wait a minute. Wait till you see the inside. Oh, well. Okay. Alrighty then. Comes furnished. All right, just in case you're sick of grandma. Welcome upstairs. Oh, I don't even know if I want to see the bathroom here. Yes, sir. Don't let a little thing like your drug habit get in the way of calling this place home. Yeah, don't let that get in the way of it. Oh, man, let me just skip past that one. That'll make your stomach flip-flop. And that was the bathroom there. Let's just skip past that one before your stomach does somersaults. All right. Circuit breaker looks circuit broken. Yes, sir. Just need some TLC. Some minor some minor structural work. Can you imagine what the jack studs and the deck look like on the roof of this thing here? Can you imagine that? So, yes, sir. They don't call this a crack house for nothing. $229,000. This is what you can get in Dallas, Texas. 2,400 square feet, $229,000. Sticker up, fixer upper. I was going to say sticker up. Fixer upper. Fixer upper. Yeah. Just in case somebody thought I was being unfair, by the way. Jason, there's one right there. It looks like a big nice one there. You can click on that one. Do you really want to? All right. 1,100 square feet, $229,000. I'm doing this because I want you to start asking yourself some questions. The question is about what type of life you're going to have. The type of life you're going to have is going to be directly reflective of your attitude toward money. If you are a hater, however, money bothers you. It bothers you tremendously because in the game, you failed. If a person has failed, they only have two choices. They will look at themselves or they will look at others. We know what a lot of folks here tend to do. You're looking at where you feel it's safe, as opposed to holding accountability for where it's not. 1,200 square feet, $240,000. We can go down the list. That's Dallas, Texas. That is in Dallas, Texas. What type of life are you going to have, and what is your attitude about it? Haters hate money because it determines what type of life you're going to have. Hell, it also determines if you're going to have one. And it's going to be a hard thing to do if you have not made any sort of inroads with yourself about what type of life you want. The type of life you want is going to come down to the house, the car, the clothes. What is you? Do you all think that everything is created equal? How many of you think that everything is created equal? That all clothes are equal, all food is equal, all cars are equal, all air is equal, all housing is equal. How many of you think that? How many of you think that that's the way that is? Because you see, that's a great coping mechanism for a person who's failed to be able to get over that hump. When you say that, well, they're all equal. One thing you notice about haters is haters try to equivocate everything. It's all equal. Why, your Rolls Royce is no better than my bicycle? Absolutely not. Does perfectly fine. What I'm saying to you here is that's a hell of a con job to pull on yourself, to tell yourself that that's all right. That's a hell of a con job to pull on yourself. That's what I'm saying. Hell of a con job to pull on you. Let's go ahead and ease on down the road. We're going to ease on down the road here. And let's go check into Miami. You take a look on here. First order of business. Well, let's just take a look at the cheapest one listed in Miami. $189,000 for 608 square feet. From Miami Realtors. Oh, they got all the cheap properties there, do they? Unless it's just a page on Zillow for it. Find out soon enough, I guess. Who's doing that? Okay, well, Source, Miami Realtors. All right. Listed by Fareed Khan. So, folks, in Miami, $189,000. Not really sure which one of these you are pointing out. So, do you get the little modest home over here, or do you get the pile of rubble? Hard to tell. Approved short sale, no calls, please. 1+1 house has been demolished by the city. Unconforming lot. Selling for land value. Buyer to assume liens and violations. Did you hear that? Buyer to assume liens and violations. Buyer is responsible for due diligence. Due to high volume, calls will not be answered. Yes, sir. Mr. Fareed believes in service without a smile. Email only. Information stated is all I have. No calls, please. He says no calls and then immediately puts up his number. I do not know if saying no phone calls is a violation of Zillow's rules, but by the way, Mr. Khan, you tell us no calls and then you immediately post your number. So either you are trying to play a practical joke, this is a psyop, or you, sir, are very, very evasive with logic and reasoning. So let's go ahead and take a look at the street view here. This is in Miami. Okay. I'm spinning the block. Alrighty. Well, let's see the next door neighbors. So there's the house here. And here are your next door neighbors. Okay. School zone. Okay, so it is the pile of rubble. And a pile of rubble in Miami will cost you $189,000. That's what the cost of a pile of rubble is in Miami. $325,000 for 616 square feet. Oh, this is from Rodney Williams this time. So 616 square feet, $325,000. I guess they redid the kitchen. They put 50 pictures of that up in there. All right, and that will, for the redoing the kitchen and the bathroom, will only run you $325,000. Just thought I'd put that in there. 1,000 square feet, $325,000. 738 square feet, $360,000. 777 square feet, $375,000. Oh, look, we found one for 1,500 square feet. They got their American flag out here. Oh, I can't wait to see the inside of this one. All right, let's go. I see the backyard. All right, let's go. All right, modest in there. Okay, they love their Amazon. The bricks over here. Is this supposed to be charming? They got your candles up. I'm about to say, I don't believe you got a view like this. All right. They're just showing where the house is. So, yeah, you're kind of in a weird little turn over there. $375,000 to have the MAGA house. $325,000 for 1,500 square feet of the MAGA house in Miami. Haters hate money because this is how haters got to live. Haters have to live getting what they can get. Haters hate money because nobody wants to hear your excuses. They certainly don't want to hear your lies and con job. Haters hate money because this is what happens. You end up here. You end up doing this. 1,600 square feet, $479,000. $479,000. To have the blue room. 1,600 square feet, $479,000. And I'm just asking myself, is that the best you can do? I'm just asking myself that. I've gone through this exercise here tonight, and like I say, we could certainly keep going to other places here. I've gone through that there because I wanted to ask a basic question here. What type of life are you going to have? What type of life represents you? What type of life represents your accomplishments? Do you have any? What type of life does that? Or does your life not represent very much of anything? Do you have to spend your time trying to argue people down about what hasn't been done and why that's okay, as opposed to letting those things speak for you? Are you angry? Are you jealous? Are you envious? Are you a hater? Because I think I may want to open the telephone lines for the haters tonight. Does seeing other people's success bother you? Does it bother you because you know that along with that is going to come options that you will not have available for you? Does that bother you? Are you okay with that? Probably not. Does it bother you? How many of you were raised by haters? People who spent their lives and things have not at all gone the way they would have liked. Come on now. How many of you were raised by haters? How many of you were raised by folk who spent their lives not achieving, spent their lives pointing the finger, spent their lives resentful, spent their lives, instead of being able to focus on their accomplishments, spent their lives resentful of the accomplishments of others? How many of you have had that? How many of you were raised by haters and you watched as they got older and more pathetic? There's a whole great big world out there and they never got to experience any of it. How many of you have had that? How many of you have seen that? In a world that is getting ever more expensive, ever more competitive, how many of you have lived that and experienced that? How many of you have heard people give you the endless excuses? How many of you have had to sit there and listen as your mom, your dad, your uncles, your aunts, everyone around you there told you about why it was okay that they were not performing, or they told you that their level of performance was sufficient? How many of you had to listen to them tell you about what you don't need and what you don't need to have? How many of you sat there and listened to them sit up here and tell you that doing without, well, that was okay, and you watched this year after year, the view never changed. It never got better. And they tried to convince you that where they are is max potential, max productivity, stagnation. Haters hate money because money makes it very clear if a person has become stagnant. Money makes it very clear if a person is uncompetitive. Men lie, women lie, money doesn't. Well, numbers don't lie. And when you start introducing money into the game, now we're dealing with just straight numbers. Well, what if you're a person who hasn't done very well with the numbers there? On tonight's program, it's been a while since I've cranked up Zillow so you all can see that. But by the way, there's a street level view of the environment that you're in today. If you want to have 1,000 square feet, get ready to pony up a couple of $100,000, and then go down there to Lowe's and get out your toolkit and get ready to work. So the $200,000 will simply purchase you, hopefully, a plot of land somewhere. Is that where you thought your life was going to end up? At the bare minimum. Is that where you thought you were going to be? Are you okay with that? And do you think it's somebody else's fault, or do you think these other folks are doing too much? Y'all doing too much. You're making us feel bad. Does seeing somebody else succeed make you feel bad? I want you to be honest with yourselves. Does seeing someone else succeed make you feel bad? Like, have you ever gotten into an argument or condemned somebody because they're doing well? Is that something that bothers you? Of course, everyone's going to say, why, no, that doesn't bother me at all. But if that was true, we wouldn't have any haters around now, would it? Haters hate money because money invites comparison. Haters, when they're sloppy, deficient, never really got the job done, they don't like money. Money invites comparisons. Money invites people to make comparisons. And if you don't want to be compared because I'm not really up to code. I'm not really going anywhere. I'm just kind of subsisting, but I'm not progressing. We're just here and, all right, well, we're just trudging along. Okay, who's trading places with you? Who would like to? That doesn't matter. Okay, well, that's not a good sign either, because you should have a life that other people would like to have. If other people wouldn't like to have it, why on earth do you? That's your first sign that, by the way, your facade is failing. Your life is uncompetitive. Well, I'm competitive with the guy living under the freeway overpass. Okay. Your life is uncompetitive. Haters hate money because it reminds them of places they cannot go. You see, if you're a legend in your own mind, you're telling yourself that I can do it too. Problem, money proves whether or not you actually can. You can't be a legend in your own mind when you got money in the world. Money is going to be like, okay, well, either you actually can do this or you can't. It doesn't matter what you feel about yourself. Money is going to prove whether or not you actually are the person that you pretend to be. Or maybe you actually are the person that you say you are. Money is going to show that. Well, Jason, yes, there are some folks out there who are con men and frauds, and they get money, yes, and they lose it. Some of them don't just lose the money, they lose their lives. You can't be fake forever. You can't be fake forever. Those coping mechanisms, that's only going to work for a certain amount of time, and then eventually you have to face what you really are. Eventually you have to face that. I'm going to show you another one here for sale in Miami, 331 Northwest 59th Street. They knocked $44,000 off of this. People, this house was almost $550,000. They've knocked $44,000 off the price. Take a look at what you get, 1,400 square feet. They wanted $500,000. Same picture twice, people. They wanted $500,000. Hell, they want $500,000 now. When you get done with closing costs and everything, they want $500,000 now. $500,000. $500,000. Welcome to Miami. Oh boy. Are these the tenants or the squatters? That's what I'm trying to find out. Are these the tenants or the squatters? Let's spin the block. All right, there's our house, and here's the rest of the neighborhood. Yes, indeed. All righty. Welcome to Miami. $500,000. $500,000. This constitutes a problem. It constitutes a direct economic, financial, mathematical problem. Your ability to solve this problem or not solve this problem is going to determine what type of life you're going to have. That's my point. Your ability to solve this particular equation or your failure to do so is going to determine what type of life you have. And if you're in Miami and you don't have the ability to pay $500,000 for 1,400 square feet, or in this case right here, $500,000 for 972 square feet. This house is 972. They don't even have accompanying pictures. Rapidly expanding neighborhood. He said that this is a rapidly expanding neighborhood. Folks, here's the house they selling. And here's right across the street from the house they're selling. You got to pay $500,000 to get this in Miami. You got to pay $500,000 to get this. $495,000 will get you that. I know why you're hating under these circumstances. Because if you're staring down the barrel of this reality and it is uncompromising, you have to make up rationales for yourself about why it is that, by the way, there are nicer things and you ain't got it. Haters hate money. No, there's no way you're okay with this. You got to remind yourself every day. And I don't like that. Somebody else figured this out and I'm still struggling to do so. And, okay, have you examined your faults and flaws? I have none. Okay, well, took a look at your bank account. There's a big flaw right there. No. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open, and the number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. You are, of course, invited to join us. Also going to go ahead and pop up the Zoom link. I know that this is a rather academic exercise. A lot of folks consider this kind of thing to be unsexy. This is the definitive home of power dynamics. You can't understand power dynamics if you don't understand the numbers. You cannot operate in power dynamics if you don't understand the numbers. You can name these cities: Atlanta, Dallas, Miami, DC. You can name these cities, but if you cannot solve this mathematical equation on your screen, then you are not going to have a life worth living in it. And as time goes on, you will go from being a person with empowerment to a person with coping mechanisms in order to explain away and rationalize away why it is that you're sitting where you are. That's where you'll be. That's where you'll be. You'll be there. And I'm showing you that, by the way, it can run through your ability to be irrational relatively quickly. Do you realize how quickly Atlanta can eat up the resources of a short-sighted individual? Do you see how quickly Miami can eat up the resources? Now, I mean, we're not talking about down there in Brickell. We're talking about over here in the damn hood. Do you see how quickly they could gobble up your resources? So if you realize that this is how voracious the game is and this is how serious it is, and either you balling or you're falling, yeah, you're hating. If the system isn't working out for you, if competing isn't working out for you, if being able to progress isn't working out for you, the only thing left is hating. And I want you all to understand the key metric of haters. You all never really met a hater who had a bunch of money. You never really met that. Haters and poverty go hand in hand. Haters and struggle go hand in hand. Find me somebody who's struggling, I'm going to show you most likely a hater. You haven't seen a bunch of folks who weren't struggling but were also haters. It's like, okay, well, I got to hate on. The folks who are struggling, look at those people over there. All right, well, how well are you competing against them? I don't need to. I'm not doing well against them. They suck. Okay. Well, have you figured out how to meet or surpass them? No, but it doesn't matter. Clearly it does. You're hating. You also never met a hater you want to spend time around. You also never met that either. You know why? Because they're not going anywhere. You get tired of hearing them try to regale you about what isn't going to happen. You get tired of hearing them try to regale you about what's not going to occur. Because it isn't. No, success and haters don't mix. Fail and hate mix. They're perfect. Matter of fact, one is the father of the other. Failure creates haters. Well, a person who is unwilling to level with themselves about why they're failing eventually metastasizes in their hater. Let me get over here to the telephone lines. The number is 646-787-1933. Let me get caller from area code 703. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
CB calling out of Fairfax, Virginia.
All right, CB out of Fairfax. What's on your mind?
At times, many times, listening to you, I feel way out of place. To answer some of your questions about the haters, I find myself time after time being a hater or being called a hater. And then I go around people who are less fortunate than me, you know what I'm saying, some of whom I've grown up with, and I draw comparisons between me and them. I may be doing a little bit better than them, but that's not the metric I judge myself on because I'm listening to a person such as yourself. So to answer your question, I would consider myself a hater because I am not where I want to be. And like I said, you make it very uncomfortable for people who listen to you to stay stagnant. So I'm not where I want to be at in life. For anyone to deny that they ever or they didn't have a hater bone in their body, you know, I think that would be a lie because most of us find ourselves where you say we are, looking at other people, looking at what they have and trying to justify or say our bicycle is better than their Bugatti or whatever it is. Most of us find ourselves in that position. So it's very prevalent. And I will consider myself one of them, but people like yourself, and specifically you challenge us and hit us with the reality day in and day out. And it gets really uncomfortable, you know what I'm saying, being out here and getting hit with facts that you just keep dropping on us. So, you know, that's all I wanted to say, sir.
Well, let me find out something here. Do you consider yourself to be a disciplined person?
Throughout the course of my life, somewhat, but I've made mistakes. I used to do drugs and whatnot and drink and shit. So, you know, but as far as that goes, I'm pretty disciplined at this. I've been sober for a couple of years now, about like 7 years. So this isn't my first time speaking with you, but yeah, but I'm not very disciplined and I've smoked a lot of brain cells away. So, you know, it's, it's kind of weird.
So
you know what I mean?
Discipline has been something you've struggled with.
Yeah, throughout the course of my life, and I'm suffering the consequences. So,
Yeah, like I say, I mean, there are certain things, and I thank you for your candor because there's certain things that go hand in hand in this. Would you say that your parents had similar issues?
of course, my mom passed away when I was 9. I put that in the comment section from time to time. Never met my father. I'm out of the Washington D.C. area, so the hood. You know what I mean? All that stuff you hear about. So, but some issues there as well. But I'm learning because I'm here and I'm really uncomfortable, listening to some of the stuff you say. But it gets real tricky knowing, I, after that.
Well, I would like to give some insights into that because I've had a moment to think about that. And certainly that's a tremendous challenge, if you're growing up, without your parents or without one of them, certainly. So that certainly presents a tremendous challenge there. And when I think about that, the thing I have to think about there is that, what does a person do under those circumstances? What do they compare themselves to? Do they compare themselves? Are they all right? Or have they lost the ability to do that? Or haven't had the ability to do that? So when you think about your upbringing and your family and whatnot, do you think that there's a situation? Were these people who took responsibility for things? Because I feel that our duty is to improve our bloodlines. That every generation needs to make some progress that is concrete progress moving the bloodline forward. Has your family ever, through their behavior, certainly they probably won't say it as artfully as I do, but through their behavior, whatever, have they had a principle of saying that we're going to improve the family's lot in life?
Of course. So that was a situation specifically with my mother and father. My mother's siblings, I don't know who my father's siblings are. They're scattered, know the history of that because I'm FBA. But I have successful family members who have, because my mother left 4 of us. I'm the oldest, excuse me, and I have 4 siblings. So there are examples of people who I would assume that's an example of them taking responsibility for what happened to my mother, which is their family member. So I do have successful people. I moved with my aunt, and she had she dropped out really early because she was born in the 60s, I believe. She didn't talk much about it. Even the people who helped my siblings, took my siblings in after my mother died, they don't necessarily talk about some of the things that you may talk about on your platforms or whatever it is. But as far as specifically related to my mother and, her actions or whatever it is, they don't discuss that with me. And they're very uncomfortable talking about these things, you know what I mean? So I'm sort of a radical, you know what I mean, in regards to being willing to have these conversations about what actually transpired or whatnot.
Okay, I want you to understand where the peril in all of that is, because whether we've done things that, we want to brag about, or whether we've done things that we feel silly or ashamed of, it is important to be able to discuss those, because if nothing else, you cannot fix a problem if you will not face that problem. If you are unable or unwilling to confront that, then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you are unable or unwilling to do that, it does not work. You'll just go around in circles, which is where a lot of folk end up doing. They end up spending their entire lives going around in circles. And then the children suffer for it even more. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, like I said, Jason, man, you make it uncomfortable for some of us, and I think it's a good thing, and it's a challenge, to sit through and hear you go over the raw numbers. And, considering to be specific about where I'm coming from or whatever it is, I try not to use that as an excuse, but I'm trying to reach for the stars, and it's people like yourself, you know what I'm saying, who encourage me to do that. But I get a little money here and there. It ain't all bad, you know what I mean. But it ain't sweet either. So thank you, Jason. I appreciate what you do.
Thank you very much for giving this call here tonight. One of the things I also wanted to go over here as well was that for the previous program I had done here about the top 20 adulterous cities here, by the way, that's why I was going over some of those numbers. Miami, Atlanta, didn't have Dallas on their list here, but by the way, you see how much it costs to be in Miami and Atlanta. Do you realize how much it costs to have options in these places? Do you realize how much it costs to have freedom in these places? Do you realize what it costs to have mobility in these places? Yeah, becoming a hater becomes real easy when you run into numbers like the ones I was just showing you. Yeah, man, being a hater becomes real easy under those circumstances. Being a hater, we can make a hater out of you real quick when you run into this and you don't have an answer or solution for it. We say, okay, hey, what's the solution for this? I don't know. Okay, that's not helpful. Caller from area code 619, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Jason. This is Chris from San Diego.
All right, Chris from San Diego, what's on your mind?
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say, I like all those homes that you showed. There's nothing wrong with those homes. Starting right there, I saw a lot of those 80K homes right there. Back in 2020, they were only 20,000. I scooped up 2, and I'm renting them out. That's when I first got my home. I live over here in San Diego. When I first got my home, it wasn't the best home. In other words, where you start is not where you finish.
Where you start is not where you finish.
Yeah. I mean, I started off in a small home, and now I'm in a 3,000 square foot home. I mean, it's pretty nice and decent. And then I'm in San Diego. I bought it for $300,000. It's worth $700,000 now. So I mean, if BlackRock is buying up these homes, what's wrong with us buying up those homes? Eventually, the market always goes up. I've never had a home not go down. Even though I saw what you were saying, I mean, they're dilapidated. Hey, learn how to fix it up and get it to, pretty soon those homes are going to be worth about $150. Then they're going to keep going up. That's a way to get your paper up. I'd rather have one of those homes than live in an apartment. Hello?
Yes, sir.
That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Well, before you go here, I do have a couple of questions. I found that to be interesting here. May I ask, how old are you?
I'm 47.
Okay. And how long have you been buying properties, sir?
Since 2005.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty good stretch of time there, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And you say that, for example, this 768 square foot home for $80,000, why, you would consider that to be prime real estate?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I mean, look at these. Okay, look at what's happening right now. All these illegals are coming over here. They're going to have those homes. Any black person that is going to be renting in the next 5 to 10 years, guess who's getting kicked out? They don't want you in there. These other races are buying up these properties right now. So you're showing those properties. I guarantee you, where I'm buying properties at down south, Asians are buying those up right now. BlackRock is buying those houses up right now. So yeah, get a house. Any black person, get a house. It doesn't matter what, as long as it has a little bit of property and you can live in it, and then you can eventually sell it later on, you'll get some money off of it, and flipped a couple of homes. I have homes I have two in San Diego that I rent. I mean, not in San Diego. I'm sorry, two down south that I rent out, and I bought those for 25. Well, one for 20, one for 25. Fixed them up. I could sell it right now, one for 150, and another one, about the same. As long as I feel as long as I have something coming in, if I don't, and I'm a truck driver, so I'm not balling like you or anything like that, but it's good to have something, I mean, look at what's happening here in San Diego. They're kicking out a lot of black people off of these programs and things like that, and we have a big homeless problem here. If you're not making it in your city, you need to go somewhere where your money will stretch. Right?
Well, sure. I mean, that certainly could be there, sir.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's to me, if I was alone and I didn't have what I have now, I would go down south. I would get one of those 700 square foot homes for $80,000. I'd probably talk them down to 60. Get that, fix it up myself, because these Mexicans are coming up here and fixing it up. I mean, I understand where you're going with it, being a hater, but eventually you're not going to be able to be a hater because you're going to be homeless if you don't have a home. That's my point. But I understand your point where, you need to scale up. But when I first got my first home,
Well, let me ask a couple of questions about that.
All right.
I've never had a home. I think what you meant to say is you never had a home that did not go up in value.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't debate or dispute your experience here. Like I said, I would need a lot more information to go into that. However, by that definition, by you giving that type of advice, well, then by that definition, we would never have anybody go into foreclosure either.
That's true. But they're buying, I think that a lot of people are buying too much home to try to keep up with the Smiths. I've never done that. Okay. I know.
Right, but here's my thing. Here's my thing. Maybe you found some properties that were worth that. Sure, no problem. But remember, up until a year and a half ago, interest rates were 0%. So the market environment was very, very favorable for pretty much anyone who wanted to buy a home. So with all that going on, we still had foreclosures all over the place also. Now, hardly a majority of the market. Hardly. However, by giving the advice that, sure, these $80,000 houses, what you're saying is that they're not grossly overpriced. That's what you're saying. Because you're saying that the $80,000 price is not overpriced, plus the amount of money you'd have to spend to invest in it to get it into usable shape. So you're going to be paying a lot more than that. And what you're saying is, well, certainly no, they're not overpriced in that regard. And what I'm saying is, well, if that was an axiom, then we wouldn't have foreclosures at all, though.
I mean, if you can't pay a $80,000 house, which is, I'd say the mortgage on that is what, maybe $500 bucks. $400. If you have a hard time keeping that, I mean, then you deserve to be where you need to be. I mean, that's only $400. I'll tell you how I did it. Okay, I got the home for $20,000. That was out of my savings.
Okay, you said so. You paid how much?
$20,000.
Okay,
for the house.
And we're talking about
one of those $80,000.
Right. We're talking about homes that are $80,000.
Yeah. The homes that you just scrolled through looks exactly like that. That $80,000 home that you was looking at looks exactly like that. Okay. You get it. I got it for $20,000 back in 2021. Right. I got the home. I knew I had to fix it up. I fixed it up. Down south, everything's a little bit cheaper. Services are a lot cheaper, like an electrician. Up here, at my house here, just for one little thing, I had to pay an electrician to come here. It was like $2,600. Down there, it was like $600, and he fixed the whole house for that. great. So everything's cheaper, you know.
And you live in San
Eventually-
Diego.
I live in San Diego, yes.
Okay. And you say that it was an $80,000 house, or are you saying, well, how much was the house you put $20,000 down, or did you pay $20,000 for the whole house?
I paid $20,000 for the whole house, and that's down south,
Okay.
not in San Diego, but
yeah.
down south.
I
You
don't
know, you can't buy a house in San Diego.
I don't know
for
what down.
$20,000.
I don't know what down south means. What does down south mean?
Alabama.
Okay, sir. Alabama is a huge piece of geography. Can we be a little more specific?
Mobile.
Okay,
Mobile,
Alabama. I'm familiar with that area, sir. $20,000 is not going to get you a lot of house in Mobile, Alabama.
Exactly.
Right.
But it's going to get you something.
Right.
And
if you're
look
willing
at those
for
houses
$20,000, but what I'm saying is that that's not 80,000, sir. That's not even close
but
to
it's the same
80,000.
house.
Okay, sir.
But if you
it's
look at
okay,
it right
sir.
now, you're going to
But
get that
sir,
same house for
but
$80,000.
sir, it's not the same house if you're paying if it's cost 4 times as much. Then obviously that's not the same house.
Okay. It's close.
No, sir, that's not even close.
I mean, if
no,
I-
that's not even
Well, I
remote.
bought.
That's not
but
even
that was like
remotely
years ago
close.
that I bought it.
I know.
It was like 3 years ago that I
that
bought
would,
it.
well, that would have to be. But, sir, my point is,
Compared to now.
no, that's not even remotely close. The house costs 4 times as much. If we were talking about $20,000
Look at
house for
Zillow.
1,000 square feet versus $20,000 for 1,000 square feet, yeah, that'd be apples to apples, sir. 4 times as much. These are 2 totally separate homes. I don't care if they look identical on an identical size footprint. These are 2 totally separate homes.
Mm-hmm.
Totally separate. You picked up one for $20,000. Okay, that's his story about that. But yeah, now we're going to give you the same one. Here, I'll show you the same house for $80,000. Why, show? Let me go ahead and go grab that. Now, what I'm saying is,
And I guarantee you, it's going to go up. It's going to go up in the next year or 2.
okay,
If you fix it up, it will go up.
Well, it may go up in the next year or 2, but you're talking about maybe what you're referring to is there in San Diego. But
No.
what you're not going to
Anywhere. All over the United States. People are buying houses right now.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's not black people. And it's not black. Look at BlackRock. They're buying all these houses, and they're going to turn everybody into renters pretty soon. So if you don't have a house, you're going to live in an apartment for the rest of your life. I think that's more pathetic than having a crappy house.
By the way, everyone, I have a page up from BlackRock's website as we speak here, so I want to make sure that we I want to clarify that I just want to make sure we clarify that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you bought this $20,000 house, you said, just a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Right. Like I say, I mean, I can't vouch for the validity of that claim, but $20,000, like I say, if we drop $80,000 on you, you're saying, well, sure, you can do the same thing. Yeah, but you haven't done the same thing.
I could have the same thing. I could buy that $80,000 house.
Okay.
Fix it up, rent it out, and I'll get maybe $1,000 rent from somebody.
Okay, well, sir,
Yeah.
if you're in a place that can get $1,000 rent, you're not going to get that in Mobile, Alabama.
People are moving to Mobile. People are moving to Alabama, period.
You're not going to,
Yeah.
sir, you're not going to get $1,000 a month rent in Mobile, Alabama for a formerly $20,000 structure. Now, that's what you're not going to do.
If you fix it up right, yeah. If you fix it up right, yeah. I mean, we could pick Miami or Florida as well.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you, but then you're not going to do that.
Nice.
Well, sir, I just showed you in Miami, you can buy a pile of rubble down there for $130,000, so $150,000.
And I guarantee you it's going to go up.
It's
going to go up.
Only if you build something on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Only if you build something on it.
And even if you sit on it for a couple of years, someone's going to buy it.
Contrary to popular belief, sir, but like I say, what belies that is the contrary to popular belief there, we wouldn't have such a thing as foreclosures if what you're saying were true.
That's true.
Like I say, I think being in San Diego, you've been exposed to a hyper-inflated real estate market. So yeah, as far as California is concerned with its wacky economics, sure, what you're talking about certainly does happen there, although it's happening less. You're actually starting to see values come down in certain areas out there. So the idea that, well, okay, if you buy it, you'll be okay. Well, sure, that's if you can hold on to it. You certainly can. Well, go buy an $80,000 house, but it's not going to be $80,000 because you're going to spend $80,000 and have to spend another $50,000 or $100,000 fixing it up. So it's not $80. It's actually going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $130,000 to $180,000.
That's true. Yeah.
So yes, that's if you can afford to keep it. So there are no $80,000 houses. You've got $80,000 fixer-uppers. Now, maybe you were able to pull some alchemy in Mobile, Alabama on one structure. Okay, I'm not sure how happy the tenants are with it, but let's just say you can do that. But the bottom line is, for the stuff I've been showing you here tonight, no, these are going to be major renovations you're going to have to do. And that's assuming you don't have structural damage, water damage. If you have to bring an electrician, oh boy, I'm worried about that as well. We found a guy who was willing to do this. Is he licensed? Is he bonded? Is he contracted? Because I know how much I live in the Deep South. I'm not a person in California talking about the Deep South. I live in the Deep South, and that's not the way that goes. So I would be very interested to see somebody who would do it on any sort of affordable basis like that and wouldn't want to go take a look at a whole bunch of other things. Now, we get the local fella there who just, quote, does electrical work. Okay, we're taking chances. You're talking about somebody who's licensed and bonded, that's going to be a different matter.
That's true.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. No, if you buy an $80,000 house, you have a $180,000 fixer-upper. That's what you have. You buy an $80,000 house, you've got a $130,000 to $180,000 fixer-upper. Which, if you can afford to do that, that's fine. That's okay. My real thing is that, by the way, obviously most people cannot afford to do it. That's my whole point. Most people today cannot afford to do it. Most people can't, because most people today cannot afford the rent and certainly cannot afford the cost of buying a house. That creates a lot of room for hateration when that happens. Caller from area code 310, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. This is Derek out of Los Angeles.
All right, Derek out of Los Angeles. What's on your mind?
All right, so the last caller is the reason why I called in, because everything he said, I would never tell a young person to do what he just told everybody to do. Because right now in L.A., like you just said, the rent is so high. That's why the homeless population is increasing in L.A. right now. You drive along the that freeway, Interstate 5, or no, not Interstate 5, 101, driving through downtown L.A., you see tents everywhere because can't nobody afford to live in this high inflated environment. So I will always tell anybody under 30, because everybody under 30 cannot do what somebody like me and him, who's already established, got a career, a skill to actually pay the bills, put 10 years plus in it. They can't do that. Especially someone who's fresh out of high school or in their mid-20s. Most of them can't do that. So I'll just tell them, look, get your credit up, go get a trade, get a skill, and try to find a way to get into the business as an owner-operator or something, anything. Because I got young folks that's trying to do what I do. I just built my house, brand new. But I'm like, that took 10 years, 10 years in the making. It wasn't just no overnight thing. This was all preparation from 2017. You know what I'm saying? So this wild, and this is why we always say reparations across the board, because I'm tired of my people starting from the bottom, ground zero, every time. That's enough. Cut us our check so we can eliminate all this bullshit that we got to go through. every generation. We got to start from zero because they take shit from us every generation. They changing the laws, changing the tax bracket, and every generation the what am I trying to say? The economy just gets further and further ahead of us, and we just get further and further behind every time.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
it's
tired of
not
that
sitting
shit,
still.
man.
It would be different. The other thing is, it's not sitting still because the dollar that he said he's been doing since 2005. Okay, I'll take his word for it. That then the dollar that he was spending 18 years ago is not worth as much as the dollar you're spending today. I mean, sorry, the dollar you're spending today is not worth as much as the one he was spending 18 years ago. That's what you were talking about. He's for those of us who got more established, because yeah, if we were spending money back before it was completely devalued, well, yeah, that's easier to say that. But to say that to somebody else here who's 20 or 30 years old, as if they're under the same conditions, I mean, take a look at what the interest rates alone right now, just the interest rates alone right now are very, very daunting in that regard. So with that being the case, it's like, yeah, that advice sounds good in theory. Even if you did it yourself, it sounds good in theory, but in practice, it doesn't actually work. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, the last thing, and then the whole he found somebody to do the electrical and this and that. It's like, how many young folks is actually plugged to anybody who knows their way around contracting? And then we already know some of these contractors are scammers in themselves. So you bought an $80,000 dilapidated property that you're going to spend another $100,000 to fix, and then you got to go find contractors. You don't even know if you got a good one, and if you do got a good one, you basically got lucky. But assuming you got a bad one, that's going to cost you more in repairs later. So it's like that's bad advice. I would never tell somebody to do that. Somebody who's starting to come up, I would never tell somebody to do that. Never. That was just bad advice. But
thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Like I say, yeah, dream scenarios are formulas for making people bitter about things. A few $100s to wire up a whole house, I would be very skeptical about that particular investment. I'd be very skeptical about that. Call from area code 754. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, I'm Nate. I'm Nate. I'm from Hollywood, Florida, but I'm calling from Loganville, Georgia right now.
All right, Nate from Hollywood, Florida. What's on your mind?
Man, I'm just looking at these prices of these houses and everything, and like, I'm an apprentice right now, and I'm just worried about like what I'm gonna be able to afford once I finish this program.
Okay, you're an apprentice of what?
Electrical.
Okay, well, you're right where you want to be, quite frankly. You are right where you want to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you certainly want to be in the middle of, doing this kind of work here, because it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Right. Yeah, I'm in a union, and I just found out, like, throughout the whole nation, all of us are going to be turning out. Everybody that's in, like, the fourth year of it, they completely going away with the fifth year.
Well, make sure you are competent. Make sure you are good at what you do, because there's going to be plenty of money to be made at that. Plenty of it. And the real thing is, union and stuff, you have to be licensed and everything. So a lot of that work that illegals do and stuff like that, you're going to see that really going by the wayside, because you're going to see more people being required to do that. And also because, a lot of folk are starting to get hip to the fact that, getting a whole bunch of these folks here going to go grab a bunch of people from in front of Home Depot, you get what you pay for. And a house is not something that you want to skimp on, because you got to live there.
Right.
Or if it's an investment, you only want to pay for that investment once. There's a whole, Florida, for example. Florida, as you know, if you're from Florida, every time a hurricane comes through, what happens? The state gets descended on by a bunch of people claiming to be contractors and everything else. Hell, they're making insurance claims before they even do any work on it. A bunch of sloppy work, shoddy work. I mean, for those of you who don't live in Florida, if you don't get, if you don't investigate the television stations down there or the news outlets down there, that is a thing every single time there's a hurricane. People's houses, they get when they have a bunch of people down there wanting to be contractors or claiming to be contractors. In a lot of cases, they're not. And they come from all over the place. And next thing you know, they've done work on the house, and the house is not fixed. And it stays that way. Now, here's the other thing. By the way, it stays that way because you usually either you pay them or the insurance company paid them, and the price is not any good. These guys fold up or disappear or whatever, and you are stuck with a house that's not fixed properly, and there's not going to be another. If any more money is spent fixing on it, you got to do it. You have to pay that.
Yeah.
And nobody tells you that when you get started.
My house got flooded last year.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of folks that's happened to here now. The insurance companies are leaving the state in droves. So what I'm saying is that for the folks who can't afford to get it done, if you are able to afford to get it done, you are paying your money and taking your chances if you sit up here and get somebody who's not licensed or bonded, not reputable, somebody who you can't come track down. You know, the day and age of just grabbing some folk in front of Home Depot and then letting some strangers bang away on your home. You can do that. I'm just saying the problem with hyperinflation of housing prices is that it makes it too expensive to have sloppy work done because it'll be too expensive to go back behind them. You're either going to get it right the first time or it ain't going to get done. I'll let you have the last word.
So basically, what advice would you give a young man like that's about to like come up in the financial gains, but the house will put you in a bad situation right now?
First and foremost here, you are going to have to live very, very, it's a tough thing to have to tell you here, but you're going to have to live very, very much in your means. You cannot have any extravagances. You are going to have to tighten your belt because the worst thing you can do is be spending a bunch of money. You're already dealing with a dollar that is compromised. You are going to need to conserve every spare dime that you have. And you're going to have to do that for a period of years, not a period of months. This is going to be a years thing because your generation, my generation was the first one that was hit with it. Yours is going to be waylaid with it because it started taking off with mine. Things started turning bad with mine. It's exacerbated with yours. It's exacerbated with yours. And with that being the case, you know, you all are going to have to deal with a radically competitive environment. It will not be incomprehensible, but it will be much more competitive in that regard. So you can't afford to be stupid. You can't afford to be silly. You can't afford to get a baby mama and get put on child support. You can't afford to have a bunch of reckless spending. You can't afford to have a drug habit. If you puff weed, drink something, anything else, you can't afford to do that because what you're doing is you're smoking up your future. You're smoking up your future. You're drinking up your future. You're laying up with your future. It's too delicate. It's too fragile. You cannot afford to do that. So you are going to have to be hyper disciplined to deal with this hyperinflationary environment. Now, you say you're going to school for being an electrician. That's more important than anything else because being a skilled laborer is no longer optional. It is mandatory. Otherwise, you are going to be struggling. So the people who are really going to be struggling the most are the ones who are not skilled laborers. Entry-level jobs and stuff like that, that's nice to start, but minimum wage is not going to keep up with that because it cannot keep up with that by its definition. So being a skilled laborer is going to be essential. But it's not enough to just be a skilled laborer. You're going to have to be damn good at what you do. You're going to have to be excellent at what you do. You can't just be another guy out there talking about doing electrical work. You're going to have to be excellent at what you do. You're going to have to be. So you need to focus on that more than anything else because that is where your money is going to come from. That right there. Don't worry about the housing prices or anything else. If you are excellent at what you do, at something that people need, and we need electricians, then the money makes itself. But it doesn't make itself because we need electricians. It makes itself if you are excellent at what you do, because only people who are excellent at what they do can charge excellent rates.
Correct.
You can't be sloppy and charge excellent rates. That's the guys down there in front of Home Depot who came from across the border. He doesn't do excellent work. That's why he can't charge excellent rates. You are going to do excellent work, and you're going to be able to charge excellent rates as a result. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get call from area code 210. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
From behind enemy lines, this is G Love calling from Liberty, Texas, birthplace of Bobby Seale.
All right, G Love from Liberty, Texas. What's on your mind?
Yes, I was required to call in because of a comment that I made. I said this is nuts, referring to, like the last caller said, about what they are charging for a lot of these dilapidated houses.
Yeah, I certainly think that is ridiculous. The real thing is they're looking to see if there's a sucker or a sucker wannabe investor, because understand what happens is in real estate markets, the first people who take it on the chin are the investors, the investor class.
Right.
Remember, in New York City, they're cracking down on Airbnb. In California, they're starting in various places to crack down on Airbnb. So a lot of folks who are buying these properties easily, but before, back when you had 0% interest rates, like I said, the environment's changed. So folks can't give us the same rules that worked in 2020 or 2019 and say, okay, rubber stamp this here today. That's not the same environment that we're in. Well, real estate prices over the long term go up. Well, you're correct. Over the long term, it does if you are looking over the course of 50 years. Problem, it will not take you 50 years to go into foreclosure. If the market has a downturn, or if you're upside down, and it will not take you 50 years for that to occur. And being optimistic is not a game plan.
Yeah. I mean, I think back to when, it's funny, you showed Atlanta. I had family members trying to convince me to move out there back in the day. You know, we all got swept up in that whole wave. Oh, Atlanta's a black mecca. You should come down, da-da-da-da. And something told me, hard pass. And, you know, I ended up out here in Texas, and it's probably one of the better moves I've made, I think. I mean, I've got my home, so.
Yeah, there are certain places that you don't go or you shouldn't go until your money is straight. You can't just go there and hope for the best. It doesn't work that way. Atlanta is one of those places where if you don't have business being there, that's not really something you want to go, experimenting with. The state of Florida. Right. Florida is essentially a recreational retiree state. Florida is a place where people who've already made their money in other places come to enjoy their money. It's not really a place you go to make money. It's a place for people who've already got their money, and it's basically a big playground in that regard. And that's what Florida is. Texas is a more industrious state. Notice I didn't say industrial, I said industrious. So Texas is very much business minded. It's very much business minded in that regard. So you've got the tax benefits of Florida without this overwhelming pressure to have this great big amusement park retiree state. That's not what Texas is. So Texas is moving and shaping. Florida is for folks who already got their money. Texas is a place where you can build money. Florida is a place for folks who already got it. Increasingly, California is becoming that also, by the way. So if you're going to these places under the wrong pretenses, wrong reasons, I won't say it'll be impossible, though it usually is, but it will certainly put you at a tremendous disadvantage. It certainly will. And Atlanta, is grooming itself and really engineering itself now. I mean, look, the bottom line is Atlanta wants to become more expensive, not less. There's no incentive for the city of Atlanta or the state of Georgia, by the way. There's no incentive for them to make Atlanta a cheaper place to be. None. And they won't.
No.
They won't. So that's the environment you're walking into, ready or not. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I appreciate your broadcast. This is very necessary, very informative, and I really appreciate what you do, man. B1, I'm out.
B1, brother, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 323. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, big brother Jason. This is brother Elijah calling out of Wheaton, Maryland.
Brother Elijah from Wheaton, Maryland, what's on your mind?
Hey, brother. But I want to say before I say something, then I have a question for you after. Look, I thank God for you each and every day. You know, there's not a day or a minute that don't go by. Well, I'm being realistic. There's not a day that don't go by that I don't listen to a broadcast of yours, whether it's on this channel or the other channel, because you say you are definitely a life changing mechanism in my life. So I always appreciate you and appreciate God for Him sending you to us because we need you. All right, that's the prelude to what I'm going to say next. Your very first caller, I can relate to him in a lot of ways. I'm a reformed, what you say, I'm a reformed hater. I stopped hating until basically 3 years ago when I listened to your when I started listening to your broadcast on the business.
Brother Elijah is a reformed hater?
Yes, sir. You reformed me. You reformed me. I used to be a hater. I used to be.
Well, he seems like such a nice fella too. Well, what were you hating on exactly?
Well, no, brother. With that, brother, I used to definitely just going back to my young years. Like, you know, I wasn't the best looking. Even my mother, the brother talked about his mother passing at 9. I just lost my mother September, a week after my 39th birthday and everything like that. Just little stuff like that because, you know, even from childhood, I remember it was just me and him. He's my only sibling. You know, I had my mother and father at one time before they got divorced. She used to do, you know, when she got her job years ago when I was in high school, she used to buy him way more clothes, give him more of a fresh hairstyle. You know, this is the beginnings of it and everything like that. She used to do all that stuff. She never really hooked me up like she hooked him up to be basically, at least I'll say, a ladies' man. She never did that for me. That I'm just giving you the beginnings of it. And
so you say that you're saying that your mom planted the seeds of making you haterish.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In the chat room, they're asking a good question in the chat room there. Did you and him have the same father?
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were married from 1984 to 2008. They separated in December 1995. Oh yeah. You know, he was younger, but you know it was just like, you know, mama's baby basically. Even though we're 2 years apart, it was just kind of one of those things, you know, mama's baby, this and that. So, you know, because he was the youngest out of the two of us. Yeah, no, same mother, same father, everything. But I used to see stuff like that, even with the hairstyles. Like I said, you know, I would have braids. He had braids. She'll do his braids 1 minute, then send me to school. My hair messed up a little bit at the time. So it's just those little things. And my hatred carried through my adult years. Now, I wasn't blatant with it. It was just something I would keep within because I would see these guys having this and that, and I'll be like, damn, I want this. They would never really want to put me on and everything like that. And later on, I used to even think low when I was in the military. I didn't understand a concept. I'm just going to use the Atlanta analogy. I didn't understand that concept between a bankhead and a buckhead, where when you were just talking about tonight, you know, where are you going in life, all right? Your money will determine where you're going and everything like that. I used to be a low thinker. I didn't really think that high. I didn't know that a lot of the stuff that even in my adult years, until I started listening to you, I didn't know that these things that we're looking at today, they're more achievable. harder work, obviously. You know, you put us onto that, but I really didn't know these things that they were available out here. So no, brother, I said what I said. And then when it comes to discipline, listening to your broadcast, even on the business alone, you disciplined me more than the Marine Corps could have ever done. And me and you never seen each other, never met, and most likely we never will. All right? And you listening to your powerful words on a regular basis, that disciplined me, made me want to take things a lot more serious, change my life in a major way. So that's why I made the statement before. No, I'm a reformed hater. I'm reformed. I don't hate nobody. When I look at a brother who, in today's time, when I look at a brother who has more than me, I always look at it as aspiration. Like, hey, I want to be like this. Not somebody to look up to, but at least I want to be like this in this position and everything like that. So that's my come to Jason moment. My question to you. Oh, please, brother, you were about to say something.
Definitely. Well, thank you for sharing that. There. What was your question?
Yes, sir. My question to you. You just broke a bombshell with the last caller about his generation. So I'm guessing me and him are part of the same generation because I'm a millennial myself. I got a question. I have a niece who's going to be 17, but she's talking about all these high plans, and I don't really have much of an answer. I'm just trying to discover the answers. What do you think the market is going to be like for her when she becomes of age, brother? I'll just use her as an example.
I mean, she's 17 years old, so she's basically there now. So within the next 36 months, I mean, this is out of the frying pan into the fire. That's it. And here's the crazy part, like anybody else. What she does or does not do in her 20s is going to establish where she's going to be in her 40s. Man, that's really what it is. So how she handles the next 7-8 years is going to determine a whole lot of her 30s and a whole lot of her 40s. And that's exactly what it's going to be. So what city is she in?
She's at home with my younger brother in Washington, D.C. Okay. Because I'm sorry.
D.C., like I say, D.C. is, I covered this in my film, gentrified D.C. is ground zero for building itself out. You know, because a lot of folks don't understand how D.C. works. I mean, as far as building things are concerned. So there's certain areas you can't build at certain heights for certain reasons. But a lot of money has come in there. It's the nation's capital. And, you know, it started in the capital district and whatnot, and it's spread out from there. And it's just continuing to do so. You're seeing large structures, large condos, large apartment complexes, large building complexes going just all the way out through all the municipalities out there and whatnot, just clean through Alexandria and, you know, clean through Fairfax now. So it's going to be much, much more of what you're seeing now with a whole lot more money dumped in it since they're allowing some of these bigger, more expensive structures. Somebody said MGM, with a lot more of these bigger, expensive structures being built there and stuff, things that were not there before. So now you're getting all these amenities being put into place as well. That's only going to drive up the prices of things. That's all it's going to do. So it's going to be a more competitive environment than the one that she's going into now, which means that she will have to start early. She will not have the luxury of messing around until she's 28 or 29 years old. She's going to have to start early. She's 17. Oh, great. She can start at 17. And because that's going to determine what kind of life she's going to have.
So you basically, would it be good for me? And I don't have no kids myself. You know, I got just my two nieces and my nephew from my brother. Would it be good? Maybe we just start her off with a investment account because she doesn't have a job. She's just a high school student. She'll be 17 in September. But will we be able to start her off maybe with a little investment account, something?
That's a nice thought. Certainly, it wouldn't be something you would want in her name. You don't want that. because she needs to prove
Yes,
that
sir.
she's responsible with money before you give her any. In the words of
Yes,
the late,
sir.
great Bruce Williams, what did she develop? Some drug habit. Happens in the best of families. So certainly if you did something like that, you wouldn't want it in her name, and you would certainly want to wait until she's demonstrated financial competence. So these are two separate things. The financial competence needs to be done no matter what. She needs to be taught that and given that no matter what. Everything else is to figure out whether or not she's got the competence to wield it in the first place.
Yes, sir. No, I know. I appreciate that. No, because I just I already know where I'm at in my generation. We're not all that, because we're the generation that when you do your reports, we're the generation that you basically talk about. A lot of us are basically, things are so skyrocketed, because I even saw this as far back as the early 2000s when I was a teenager. Things are skyrocketed so much where we have to. It's essential to have a wife, and as you would say, have the make the how to have the dream work with the teamwork and everything like that, because it's very hard out here and everything like that. And then when we see with this situation with the migrants, there could be some truth to what their brother is saying. I never bought a house. There could be some truth that they're flushing us out of these communities and everything like that. And then having to set up this situation for these migrants to be coming out here to have houses. And then I'm looking at my niece and nephew. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, brother. I'm going to land my plane. I apologize. But no, thank you for the wisdom you shared us, brother. B1 down.
B1, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Want to do a brief addressing of that here, though, because I was mentioning this before. A lot of y'all were raised by haters. A lot of y'all were raised by haters. A lot of you were raised by people, by folks who were haters already. A lot of you were raised by folks who hated you. I know it. I see it. A lot of you were raised by folks who hated on you. A lot of you were raised by women. I said it. A lot of you were raised by women who were hating on you and put that seed of hate in you because their life didn't go the way they wanted it to. A lot of you were raised by or abandoned by deadbeat niggas that his life didn't go the way he wanted it to or the way he thought it should have because he never earned it. He never showed that he was competent enough to be able to steward it. Every day looked like the previous day. Let me tell y'all something. Monotony is the hallmark of a hater. A hater's yesterday, today, and tomorrow looks the same. I said it from the beginning. There is no movement. There's only stagnation. Stagnation destroys the human psyche. Stagnation will destroy you. There must be growth. And in order to have growth, there must be change. You cannot remain exactly the same as you are and be growing as a person and developing. It doesn't work that way because it can't work that way. You can't become a better person without it. Hello? Let me get over here on Zoom. Let me get, okay, what is your name, brother?
My name is Zeb. How you doing, brother? Greetings.
Okay, Zeb, where you calling in from?
I'm calling from Seattle currently, but I'm not from Seattle. I'm from Chicago originally.
Okay, I think I recognize those teeth. And what's on your mind?
I'm calling. I have a two-prong situation that I want to, I don't want to be long-winded, but I do want to, get some things clarified as it pertains to this mockery that, you and some of the people in the chat seem to make of individuals that have been interned, i.e. incarcerated.
Whoa. I've never, okay, slow down now. I have never made a mockery of anybody who has been incarcerated. No, sir, I haven't.
It wasn't direct, brother, but when I alluded to my particular stint of being in the feds, there was some innuendos on your part. And
because here's my thing about that. There's nothing funny about going to prison. There's no such thing as a funny prison stint. No such animal is a funny one. So I would never want to sit up here and mock somebody about something like that, because it's not a laughing matter. However, we also understand that we notice a certain pathology that develops from some of our brothers and sisters who have been, but particularly the brothers, not the sisters, particularly the brothers who've been incarcerated. We notice that they pick up certain traits. They start to pick up certain mannerisms. They start to pick up certain practices. And we couldn't help but notice that there's a uniformity in these practices. They tend to look the same, no matter where they did their time, no matter how they did their time. And particularly, by the way, you said using the feds. I have one question that I didn't ask you last time. Was that your only visit to a correctional facility?
No.
So you've had more than one visit to a correctional facility?
Haplessly, yes.
You've had more than 2 visits.
Two long stints.
Okay, how many short ones?
Like as far as like when you say short, in my mind is jail. Like basically not being shipped nowhere. So
okay,
you say.
Well, what I mean is that, have you ever been a guest of the state? The judge swung a hammer and said you were guilty, and they put you into a small cell for any amount of time. How many times have you had a judge swing a hammer and say you're guilty and you ended up in a cell?
Twice, less than thrice, which is 3. So twice. So, but that's neither here nor there.
Actually, that's here. Actually, it's not here nor there. It is here, because that is pertinent, because once is an incident, twice is a trend, 3 times is a pattern.
You're right, but see, my federal stint is what salvaged me. That is where I experienced my renaissance of my intellect, the renaissance of my mind, to where I'm out now, to where I'm in a position where I'm going to be.
Where's my Oswald Bates?
Pardon me,
brother. Where's your shirt,
brother? That's.
Brother, I mean, are you auditioning to be Bobby Brown?
I got a shirt. I got a shirt on, brother.
Okay.
I got a shirt on.
All
I got a shirt. See, it's just not. I have a shirt on.
He's putting on a show for the ladies, but okay, go ahead, brother.
But no, so I'm just basically want to speak on that. As far as my trek of being, my trek of being incarcerated really salvaged me. It really enhanced my critical thinking abilities. I mean, it and I just want to speak on, some of our greatest minds are interred. Like some of the most intelligent people are locked up, and not everybody that's locked up is inconsequential. There is some very what's the term I can use? Very vile or diabolical, egregious people that deserve to be locked up under the jail, but not everybody that's locked up is, basically inconsequential.
Well, no, I mean, certainly not everyone is, absolutely. However, what we do tend to notice is that there is a certain pattern that we see that establishes ourselves, particularly with a lot of our formerly incarcerated brothers, where they've latched on to a practice of linguistic gymnastics.
Linguistics gymnastics. Oh,
yes,
okay.
They tend to do a whole bunch of flip-flops with words and etymology, and it really develops into a type of fetish is what it tends to develop into. And that's okay when you're playing Scrabble. That is not okay when it's time to pay the rent.
Definitely. You're definitely right about that. Definitely, I would concur. I would definitely concur with that. And I also, yes, and to say that, just to remind the people that, Martin Luther King was incarcerated. He did prison time. Yes, it was short. Yes, the Kennedys.
What was Dr. King what did Dr. King go to jail for?
He went to jail. Well, prior to him going to prison, prior to him being shipped to prison, he was in jail like over 30 times. You know,
yes, sir.
For
okay. Oh, he was in jail for protesting.
Yes, prior to him going to prison and Kennedy stepping in. And see, that's the whole dilemma. How long did he do in prison? He was sentenced to 4 years because the judge revoked his probation. He was on probation. Oh, I know, I'm learned, brother.
Okay, but sir, what was the offense that would have got him sent to prison, sir?
The judge revoked his probation. He was on probation.
He was on probation for what, sir?
If I'm not mistaken, it was for a particular protest.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your first prison stint was a result of what, sir?
Drugs. Damn. Possession, huh?
Okay. And your second prison stint was a result of what?
Was a combination of drugs and firearm. So that's automatic federal. When you have gun, drugs, and money, that's automatic federal. Anybody tell you that.
So let me get this straight. He just tried to make an equivalence between himself and Dr. King. Dr. King was being hemmed up for protesting for their civil rights. You were there for something that was not protesting for your civil rights. It wasn't the same thing.
Understood. Like Nas said, you know, they gave us lemons and we made lemonade. I mean, so it's come on, brother. We can nitpick at that all we want to.
That's not a nit. No, sir. That's not a nitpick. That's more like having a tree. That's not like having a piece of lint on your shoulder. That's like having a tree on your shoulder, actually. No, these are two totally separate things. Dr. King was a victim of an unjust system. You were slanging cane.
Okay, and that was then, but now remember I said renaissance of the mind. So we have to, can we fast forward to what I'm doing now?
Oh, absolutely. And that's exactly where we are. So the last time that you called in, the whole point of it was I need a lot of these fellows here to understand that there are certain nuances that you all have picked up from your environments. And in many ways, they may have served you well, particularly when you're behind bars. Fellas have a whole bunch of time to start studying things. And so it's just them and the books. Here's the problem. Technical knowledge, which is reading a book, is no substitute for practical use. That's the issue. And so many of you have been handcuffed to a book for so long that you start to confuse indulgence with technical knowledge with actual execution.
Brother, I disagree because that's how I was able, brother, I literally weaponized information. That's how I successfully sued for my mom, and I won that case. That's how, brother, like, I literally weaponized information. Like, I'm literally doing a case right now, pro se, myself, without the white man. But I still got lawyers working on a multi-million-dollar case for me being aggrieved, for me being afflicted, white supremacy imposing their will upon me. So I got out of prison and I'm weaponizing the Constitution, specifically the civil rights, because that's tailored for us, for black American freedmen. So I say all that to say that, brother, prison did me real as far as intellectual, me being able to go into depositions and know how to articulate myself, like bar none, and being able to, it's just, so what I'm saying though, brother, is I ain't going back to jail now. I ain't no probation now.
No. Well, and I'm glad. I certainly hope it remains that way. I think that's rather important there. But what I want you to understand is that there are certain nuances that get picked up, and that's the kind of thing right there that folks watch out for. If you really want to get away from that kind of stigma, please remember, folks are going to watch how much talking you do, but particularly they're going to watch how many attempts at etymology you make. And the more you do that, those are telltale signs of somebody who's been confined in an environment where they've had intense interaction with words. Just remember, for those of us who have not been through that experience, that's a completely different thing for us. It's like a cigarette smoker walking in a room full of folks who don't smoke. We can smell it in their hair. We can smell it in their clothes. We can smell it coming out of the pores of their skin. Now, for them, because they smoke, it doesn't really register to them the same way. So if you're afraid that you might be misunderstood, I can understand your concern about that. I want you to understand you're not being misunderstood. People, those are telltale signs that people can see. Now, should that be held against you as a negative? Not necessarily. Please understand, it is not your prison stint that people would be critical of. That's not it. It is some of these mannerisms that have been picked up as a result. That's what people are critical of because, by the way, you know this, a lot of dudes who come out of prison, they become wordsmiths. So while hopefully
tell me I'm verbose, but that's due to reading books like this.
Yes, but
sue for reparations.
Yes, but
sue for reparations.
But here's the problem: you, in many circumstances, will be indistinguishable from the would-be con man, and that means that you have to acknowledge that and be accepting of, by the way, these mannerisms, this is the same mannerisms that the con guys would use. So I need to make a decision. Either I'm going to keep it real and have a similarity to them, or I'm going to make a conscious decision to distinguish what I do from them so that people aren't mistaking me for them. Which right now, you're almost indistinguishable from them. The holding up of the books and the rallying for the words and listen to my vocabulary in this regard. No one's challenging any of those things. What we want you to understand is that while those can be positives, those are also hallmarks of people who misuse them.
But yes, but I'm also I'm privy to the fact that we're in this virtual realm and people, this is talking. These notes, all these case notes and notes that I have, this is what I really do as far as like civil legalese, and that all started from me losing my mom, and then like I said, fast forward to now, I'm literally suing somebody for odometer fraud. It's $1 billion industry. Somebody sold me a vehicle and didn't think that I had the mental wherewithal to go to AutoZone and plug up their device and come back with the real miles. I'm a victim. So you tried to deceive me. So now you got to pay for that. So that's what I mean by using information, weaponizing information to manifest my reality as a black man in this society. That's what prison has basically, instilled within me. I ain't got to do nothing illegal. Everything is legitimate as far as all of my gains that I've accumulated post incarceration has all stemmed from, like I said, me losing my mom, me being thrown out of a goddamn store and had the police called on me, and the list goes on. So, but
now,
at the end of the day, I don't complain. I file complaints.
Well,
I don't complain. I file complaints, literally.
Well,
if you Google my name, you're going to see multiple complaints.
Okay, well, I believe that.
I'm just saying it, brother. That's all I'm saying. FBA.
Yeah, I would be scared to have you come in my store because I would be worried I'm about to get sued. I'd be like, okay, I would be concerned, but just remember that's the whole thing that happens there is that when we have a litigious individual, you got to be watchful of that. Now I can
we are the number one victims of hate crimes in America.
You're absolutely correct about that, sir, and I get that. You're absolutely correct about that. However, once again, what I'm saying is, please, you need to be cognizant and aware of how a lot of these mannerisms are identical to some folks that apparently you're claiming you don't want to be grouped in with. Easiest way to not do that is to not have an identical behavior pattern to them. Now, here's another issue. And I probably don't even want to go in the weeds on this, but I'm going to ask anyway. So to everybody else here and folks on hold, please pardon me. So far, I have heard you name off not one, not two, not three, but 4 legal actions so far. Maybe I missed one in there. But so far, I've heard 4. How many have you won?
Well, I was my mother won that one, of course. A success. We'll put it like this: 90% of cases don't go to trial. When it comes to the preponderance, of evidence in civil trial, it's not the same in criminal trial. So saying all that to say that over 90% of cases settled. They don't go to trial because, anyways, my mom case settled. I'm currently about to settle a $2 million lawsuit.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say it's over. It's time to be
okay.
over.
Slow down. Now,
Okay.
You said that you had a case involving your mother. My condolences. And you said that case was settled.
Yes, it's settled. Yes.
How long ago was that case settled?
That settled in 2019. Yeah, 2019. And I was the spearheader of that, and that got divided, meaning sister, brother, they all got their portion. But I was the leader. I was the one that got out and putting 2 and 2 together and making phone calls and etc. And ultimately, it was what I presumed it to be. It was negligence. So, like I said, I'm not wrong for that. Like,
okay, that's okay. Well, no, I mean, okay, that's fine. Okay, well, certainly if that was negligence and that kind of thing does happen, no issues there. All right. Then we go forward to the situation involving you and your injury.
Yes.
Okay.
That
case.
That happened. Like I said, I was thrown out of the establishment, coupled with having the police called on me, and they told 911, and it's all verifiable based off of the 911 records that I pulled, I got, not the lawyer.
You're still working on that one.
No. That's practically done. I've been deposed.
Okay, sir. There's no such thing as practically done. It's either done or it's not done. Done means that there has been a verdict and a disposition assigned to the case. Has that occurred?
Done meaning my mediation is next month. It's on the same day.
So in other words, you're still working on that.
Yeah, but
sir, you're still working on it. All right. Now about your odometer. Well, we're by the way, did you buy that car from an authorized dealer?
Yes, sir, I did. I bought it from 253 auto sales.
25. Okay. Is that like a factory dealer?
Sir, this particular Arabic, they're very
yes, sir. Is this I'm asking though, is this a factory dealer though? That's because when I say from a certified dealer, I'm talking about as far as one who is a franchise or a dealer for an automobile manufacturer, as opposed to somebody who has a corner car lot.
I would just say he's a local. But he has over 100 cars, though, brother. He got over 100 some cars.
Okay, I got that. He's a corner car lot there. Well, certainly, like I say here, certainly we don't want a situation where you are being cheated on your purchases. That's no good. Although I do have one question to ask in that regard there, just out of curiosity. You say you bought a car that apparently does not have correct odometer mileage on it.
Yes.
What was it? Okay, slow down. What was it that tipped you off to that?
Well, honestly, sir, I just went to AutoZone and I plugged up it's like their auto reader. It's basically like their if you ever check it, I plugged it up and it came back with the official miles, and unbeknownst to me.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
You got the car and you went to AutoZone to run a code scan on it.
Yes. Basically, he let me take the car to, test it out to see, if it was and that was basically, I took it because of the traction, the traction light came on, the TC light.
Okay, there you go. Okay, because nobody just goes to AutoZone and starts running code scans. It's usually you have to find something wrong before you do that. So you went there, and you're saying that as a result of that, the machine was telling you a different mileage than the odometer was saying.
Yes, and he's a place of business, and he basically publicized this car as having a particular lower mileage, and you can't do that. That's a violation of state and federal. And plus, he called it. It certainly is. Well,
sir, we all know it's a federal crime. We all understand that. Here's the thing. when you took the car back to the gentleman, what did he say?
Oh, he didn't basically accept the call. When I tried to call, that's what my lawyer said. I tried to call and basically trying to renegotiate the deal. He's like, no, fuck you. He called and reported the car stolen. So I got pulled over. And the police didn't take me to jail. They said, I don't know why this person even called and reported the car stolen. You have your receipt. You have everything clearly that shows you this car shouldn't have been reported stolen. So they took the car out of the car. They took the car out of the stolen database, and my lawyer, she basically, and instead of watching it, it's illegal. You can't call and report the
you can't report a car stolen if it's not actually stolen. You can't do that. So you can't claim the car stolen.
A hate crime on it too. You do a hate crime. So it's not just, we ain't just suing for the car. We're suing for multiple claims. It ain't just one claim. It's multiple claims in one. Unlawfully calling the police. And it's, like I said, it's like 4 or 5 claims in one, brother. It's not just odometer fraud. We hitting them hard. So,
well, like I say, I mean, definitely brother. All I can say is
he's a nigga over the text, so I screenshotted that.
Okay,
so all that, we using all that.
Definitely. I mean, like I say, I mean, he's had a streak of unfortunate events. That's for certain here. So if a person has to go back to court this many times in such close proximity here, he's got a string of unfortunate events. I would love to see us be able to get to a situation where we can kind of limit that number of interactions in that regard.
Wait. No, we ain't done. Hold on.
There's another one.
And yeah, the one I'm doing pro se, the one where I'm basically, it's basically against my medical facility. They unlawfully summoned the police. Remember, Washington State has a bill 5135, where it's unlawful. You can't summon the police for a non-emergent matter. So basically, they unlawfully summoned the police and they disbarred me from that particular facility, all based off a lie. And that's basically, they're violating my 14th Amendment rights, which affords me with equal protection of the law. And they also violated Title VI of the 11 titles under the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits any medical facility that receives federal funding from practicing said discrimination. It's deep, brother. I'm getting all my, so I'm doing that pro se. I'm doing that one pro se this time.
Alrighty then.
Well, like I say here, there's a lot going on here. So I would certainly rather see him. Of course, he's probably got the rest of us waiting for 6 years to get into court.
Come on, man.
I mean, he has grabbed everything on sale at Barnes and Nobles. He's grabbed everything that's on sale there.
Hey, prison did me right. Prison did me good, man. I ain't selling no dope. I ain't out here doing nothing illegal. Everything is legit. Nothing is pseudo concocted. None of that. Everything that's happened to me has been.
This is the first time in my life I have ever heard that particular construction of a sentence, and I suspect it will be the last time that I will ever hear it again. He said, prison did me right. I don't think I've ever heard a human being in the history of man say that particular construction of an organization of a sentence. So you're special here tonight. I think we're all treated to a unique human experience. I don't think any of us are ever going to hear another human being say those words again. And I actually believe him. I have no reason to think that he's being disingenuous. I think he actually means that. So I'm like, okay, this is a rare and unique experience that will not, or probably should not, repeat itself. So I will say that when he said prison did him right. So it's make a t-shirt, because I don't think anyone else is going to take that particular phraseology. I would love for us to be able to improve our lives without a prison stint. Let me tell you, it certainly frees you up for other things there. But as it stands, and certainly I want you to get whatever you're supposed to get. Obviously, if folks are out here misusing you or whatever the case may be, or doing things they're not supposed to be doing, then obviously I am not a advocate of folks becoming a doormat. We certainly don't want that to occur. However, I would be remiss if I did not mention that, not going to call you a torturous litigant. We're not going to say that. But what I will say is, please be aware that if every time folks are turning around, there's a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit suing for damages or a settlement with your name on it, a person could be forgiven for coming to the conclusion that perhaps this person just sues folk for money because, well, they got to get their chips up. So please keep that in mind. Once again, wanting to distinguish ourselves from certain other people, the easiest way to do that is not to have similar patterns of behavior. So by all means, please be aware of that. I am in no way saying that you have not been wronged. I am in no way saying that you have not been wronged. I am not saying that. What I am saying, though, is if I see half a dozen lawsuits from the same person suing for financial damages, don't be surprised if folks are like, wow, I've never had to file. It's one thing for a business to do that. It's another thing for an individual to do that. Now, we expect that from a business that just deals with hundreds of thousands of people a year. An individual who over the course of 48, 60 calendar months, just every year it's a new issue. Just be aware that may look some kind of way to folks.
Your Honor, I'm a perpetual hapless victim. So
clearly.
It's just, like I said, it's just it's the earnest truth. So
well, clearly. Well, I would like to see you get these matters resolved. And then I would like to see you spend some time, working on the street as opposed to in and out the courthouse. Or if you are going to keep doing this, you should at least go get your law license. At least then it would be worth your while because you're spending a lot of time learning about the law. And how long have you been out?
I've been out since 2018. So it's been a while.
Well, hell, you could damn near have your license by now.
Yeah, honestly, Brother Jason, I was on the precipice of actually starting my apprenticeship for electrical, but like I said, I was thrown out of an establishment, and I had the police called on me. I was concussed, knocked out unconscious, microbleeding, MRI, came back. So it's not some small matter. So that set me back. I lost my daughter, and so it's just I have a large setback, but also I'm a victim, but I'm a victim who's moving too. I ain't a victim just stuck crying. No, I'm a victim. You do me wrong, I'm gonna sue you. I ain't gonna shoot your business up. I ain't gonna bust your windows open. I'm gonna sue your ass. You do me if I'm agreed. That's what it is. Johnny Cochran. Because remember, he was getting ready to sue for us, FBA. He had a delegation of lawyers and judges and all of that. So I'm on some Johnny Cochran stuff, brother. That's what I'm on.
Well, like I say, you if you really want to do that, you might want to consider actually pursuing your law license. That may actually be the avenue for you. You're certainly spending enough time in the court system, so you might want to just go ahead and cross that last boundary there. So I want to thank you for giving us a call here tonight. Please do give us a call again. I think, I had to at least try. There. So, like I say, I mean, he certainly should probably pursue his legal credentials. He's doing it the hard way right now. Although I'm not sure, do I really want to create this monster? Could you imagine him coming after one of us and just, once he's on your back, he won't get off. Now, let me tell you, that's actually can be a good thing. You want a tenacious attorney. You don't want one who's overly emotional. You don't want one who's prone to outbursts, but you do want a tenacious attorney because most attorneys are lazy. Most of them are actually lazy. Having someone who is really intensely dedicated to what they're doing, that's what you actually want. You actually want an attorney like that. So somebody who they're actually working your case, because you're hiring them because you got a chip on your shoulder. You want an attorney who treats your case like that chip on your shoulder is a chip on his. So certainly, at least vicariously, that he is no friend of the system. So that might actually come in handy for him. Let me get caller Miracle 630. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Nick from Chicago by way of Houston.
All right, Nick from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Firstly, the last Zoom caller. It's pretty hard to tell them the difference between the guys I met that were in the system. So I'll just leave it at that. Don't want to sweat. I don't want them to come after me. But anyway, to the caller earlier that was talking about the house, or the homes and buying them and everything. You know, when you were talking about some people are hating, and I told you before, even I grew up around haters, family members, people that I couldn't really tell the difference, that I thought were my friends. That's the type of advice somebody would give you if they really want to see you fail. Like maybe he was meaning it, so I will just use that type of advice for an example. But these would be the same people, you know, I'm in crypto, or that would be in housing, and then they'll tell you some hard to believe story, and maybe it is applying for them, maybe it doesn't, and then they'll give you all of this advice. They'll give you all of this information. Yeah, you could do it like this, and they're really talking in circles. There's nothing that you could really go to, because, I mean, I research what people are saying actively while they're telling me, or later on, and it really will amount to nothing. Because I was starting to think the guy's an immigrant, because the situation that he said, 2021 and a $20,000 house, I'm like, yeah, they inflated, but they didn't inflate that much. But maybe, I'll give them benefit of the doubt, he sounds like one of my clients. They would get these types of houses because they were immigrants, and they would get no money down deals. So maybe that could work for him in his particular situation. But I think that type of advice is like some hating advice, because they would just send the person off. They'll be doing a wild goose chase, and then they spend money. Now they've wasted 2-3 years of their life. Let's say they even get a chance to buy some kind of house like that. They wasted 2-3 years of their house life to get foreclosed on or something else and get kicked out, and then they got to go back and start over. And that's the better scenario. Usually it's longer than that, and then now they got to spend another 5, 6, 7 years to recover just for them wasting all of that money listening to somebody's bad advice like that. So I would say that's very dangerous, and I would say that if that wasn't a hater, he'll do until one pops up.
Thank you very much for giving this call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 716. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, yo, it's Sideways from Buffalo, New York, by way of South Dakota. Can you hear me?
Okay, you said Skyways. Did you say from Buffalo?
Yes, sir, Buffalo, New York, by way of South Dakota at the moment, though. I'm on the road, man.
All right, what's on your mind?
All right, man, I almost forgot what I was going to say. The caller before the last caller, man, he was, man. Look, anyways, man, so I'm of Gen Z, man. I was born like 2000 on the dot. So I'm just curious of how things are going as far as society. So I guess I ain't trying to rant, but I guess I want your opinion probably. You know, I believe society definitely going to collapse because, you know, the dollar's like, what, 10th less valuable than our grandparents' era, and the income, the USA, I've been Googling just yesterday, it's like $45K in some states as far as like average income, 50 in others, and 60 in like, I think it's probably two that are like 60 or so. But like, damn, in my generation, it's like 40K, less than that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And when I say Gen Z, I mean people like late 90s and early 2000s, and it's even worse for black youth. And the house market, man, and, you know, the cost of living is going higher and higher per year. And where I'm from, man, shit, majority of people out here, they becoming cannibals, dog. And, you know, shit, you know, there's a reason why the drug trade and chopping up Kias, you know, you can't even park your car in certain places and shit, you know, excuse my French, but that's car theft, this looting, whatever, you know, it ain't stopping no time soon. Shit, in my opinion, it's going to get even worse, dog. And even in white society, you got people talking about white boys complaining about, you know, similar issues. You know, it ain't as bad as ours. You know, they ain't never had to deal with racial related poverty for as long as we have. But, you know, every time we turn around in their society, even in all white schools, you hear about a school shooting. You go to Portland, Oregon, where I've been to plenty of times, and they see these white kids walking around messed up. You know what I mean? Heroin, what they call it, the heroin epidemic or whatever. You know, this shit ain't stopping no time soon, but, you know, it's like, and they want people to pay just to drive through Manhattan. Now, I'm from Buff, but I got a family over in the city, so I go to the boroughs. I don't like it because, shit, I ain't got the money like that, you know what I mean? So, shit, I just go just for work. So I go through there. They want $15 to drive through Manhattan and NYC in general. In Cali, same thing. They try to do the same shit down SoCal when I go through there in my truck. In the housing market and shit. And you already know what happens if men ain't able to get resources. They female options gonna be pitiful as hell, dog. And we know what happens in a place where men being told to work more and the incentives and rewards non-existent. Like shit, it's a ticking time bomb, dog. In my opinion, you know what I'm saying? I think shit's gonna look like, I don't know. I don't want to get into some post-apocalyptic shit. I don't want to say it's going to be the purge or anything, but shit, man, I just want your opinion, dog, because I ain't trying to rant. I know you got other callers. What's your opinion?
Well, certainly here, I don't lie to any of you, especially these young people. You say you were born in 2000. That means you're 23 or 24 years old by now. Now I'm not one of these older folk who's going to sit here and sell you a line. I'm not going to do it. I can tell you some things and level with you on some stuff. Now, going on 20 years ago, I became notorious for coming up with a phrase. You got to watch out for these old niggas. Mm-hmm. And I was warning young people back when I was a bit younger myself, that you can't trust the older generation. Because they basically have sold out your inheritance for themselves. And you're walking out here into a situation where you're gaining all the disadvantages through no fault of your own. You're walking into a situation that was messed up while you were being born. So you've been sitting up here singing along with Bert and Ernie while things have been getting screwed up. And by the time you have to become a functional member of the society, you are inheriting a mess that you didn't even create. And it's not right, and it's not fair, and it's not just, and it'll be what you got to deal with. And if nobody else lays it on the line and just says it like that, I'm saying it like that. No, it is not right. It is not fair. It is not just. And it will be yours to do. So what I will tell you is, in any hostile environment, the number one thing you must do is be prepared. You must accept it for what it is. Don't tell yourself it's something that's not, and you must be prepared. Truth be told, you must be over-prepared. And that will give you your best chance of being able to navigate this environment. As much as I would like to, as much as I have tried, as much as I have shown up on every holiday, as much as I have my program and I take as many phone calls as I can and Patreon and everything else, like dude said in Avatar, it's my job and I'll try to save you all, but I won't succeed. Or it's very unlikely. I'm going to give it my best damn try. It is unlikely that it's unlikely that it's going to work for all of you. It's unlikely. Usually because they stop doing it, because it's very difficult to keep up. But this is going to give you your best chance to be able to navigate this environment. Accept it for what it is. Stop telling yourself it's going to get cheaper. Stop telling yourself it's going to get easier. Stop telling yourself that you can take more leisure time. You are going to have to work harder. You're going to have to start sooner. And you're going to have to work longer than your parents did. Yours is the first generation, the first true generation that will have it worse than your parents did. That, in other words, the American dream is DEAD, at least coming into your generation, because the idea that the children will inherit a better place than we had, mathematically, that's run its course now. You can't look at the numbers, the facts, the things that go on your screen. There's nowhere in America you can afford rent for minimum wage, anywhere in America. That you have a lesser life than your parents had. You're going to have a lesser one. For the rest of us, it was lesser in certain nuances and some big ones. Automobiles cost a lot more. Homes cost a lot more. So my generation is where the knees began to buckle. Yours is where you hit the canvas. My generation is where we got socked in the jaw and the knees went weak. yours is the one that goes face down. And I'm just warning you now, if nobody has told you, that is what you're dealing with. The easy days, easy money, easy land, easy property, cheap cars, that's gone. They squandered the wealth. It's gone. And if you navigate and operate as if, in any moment now, it's coming back, any moment now, you are in for a terrible wake-up call. You're in for a horrendous awakening. Because it's not. Now that you understand that, you can now make adjustments. Adjustments in your expectations, adjustments in your actions, adjustments in the people that you allow to be around you. Now that you understand how much more difficult your situation is, you better start vetting and filtering the people that you have around you. Because the people that you have around you are going to be the biggest indicator of where you yourself will end up. And by that, I'm also talking about females. If you got a chick who is willing to lay up with you while you are broke, what that means is you gonna stay broke. And it's gonna be different for her than it is for you. Because all she got to do is sit up here and wiggle her butt cheeks, and another fella is gonna stop and pick her up. You are not going to have that luxury. And when I was a young man in my 20s and I did that stupid stuff, it took me almost a decade. Well, it took me a decade to recover from that. That was me 20 years ago. What are you going to have to deal with today with a much more inhospitable environment? So if nobody has said it to you straight, no chaser, I'm telling you. There's a reason why, for example, you have PBS Frontline out of regular things like the retirement gamble, the end of retirement and the retirement gamble. And, they're pointing you all to the 401k because they got rid of, defined pension plans because they could save 6%. And for your generation, the 401k, the 401k was never meant to be a retirement vehicle. It was made as a loophole for Xerox executives to save on taxes. And then when the IRS courts ratified it and said, yeah, this is legal, corporations were like, well, hell, we can just dump our pension plans and get our employees a 401k and save 6%. They didn't save 50%, they saved 6%. But that 6% was enough for them to jettison the pension system. Okay, your generation's being given a 401k program, which is basically accumulated by the stock market, which, as we know, goes up and down, which is something the pension does not do. It just goes up. It continues paying. But now that is a bygone era. There are some employers who do it, usually government, although most of them are switching over to 401ks. So they're trying to kill that even in the government sector. This is important. I'm just saying this is another sign that you will not have the world your parents did. So now you're stuck with a 401k. Well, there are the rules you have to adhere to. Well, Jason, what rules? You must start young. You must start working young and contributing to your 401k young. You must put in the maximum amount that you can. You cannot have any gaps in your employment. Try doing that if you're a black male. And you must pay in for the full term of 25 to 30 years. So, in other words, you have to start young and you have to be consistent for the next 3 decades. For a 401k, oh yeah, one more thing. And you must be a high income earner. 401k doesn't work for you if you make $36,000 or $45,000 a year. 401k won't work for you. That number really needs to be somewhere closer to 80 to 100,000 for the 401k to actually work for you. God forbid you get a family. So yeah, those are the 5 rules of a 401k working. You must start young. You must put in the maximum amount. You must have ever increasing income to get a higher wage. You must be consistent, no gaps in employment, and you must put in for the entire 25 to 30 years. Now, that's a hell of a lot of steps. Your parents didn't have to do that. All they had to do was go to work for General Motors or wherever and work for the next 25, 30 years, and that was it. They were good. Go to work for the post office. They were good. Go to work for the state. They were good. Go to work for General Electric. They were good. You can't do that. It's not there for you. So you're going to have to make this work yourself. And that's not fair or right to do, but you're going to have to. Maybe when you all come of age and the old timers are all gone, you'll rewrite the laws to correct these things. Maybe you will. Or maybe you will simply become the old niggas who feed off the young.
Hell no. I ain't trying to restart no curses. Shit, I'm slow as far as starting a family myself, man. Shit, I'll probably be like 50 or 60 something before I even think about doing that shit. I started trucking when I was like, 21 on the dot. As soon as I turned 21, I was looking for a trucking company. I found one like not even a full year ago. I've been driving for like maybe, going on 4 years now. So, the one I got right now, they paying pretty good so far. Everyone I work with, they make $100K a year. So I called you before, some months back. I already mentioned this to you before, I think. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm on the right track. And as far as what do you say, 2 or 3 decades? Well, shit, Jay, I ain't got shit else to do, dog. You know what I mean? Shit.
Stay consistent. Like I say, you say post-apocalyptic, and that's a good word for it. That's actually a good term for it. And I want you to treat the environment as inhospitable as it is. Do not fool yourself or delude yourself. It's very easy to get knocked down now and extremely difficult to get back up. And the best chance you give yourself is how seriously you take it. Don't let anybody sit here and tell you that you're taking it too seriously. Those are the people who do the most struggling. Those are the people who get swept under the most. But most importantly, those are the people who become the haters because they didn't get to live the life they actually wanted to. You'll still be able to do that. You're going to have to work harder to get that. The folks who do not get it, the ones who will not have the free time and the freed up income and the freedom of movement that you'll have, those are the ones you're going to need to watch out for. And most of all, avoid becoming like. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Dan up here on Zoom here for me. I'm assuming he's working here or not. All right, there he is. All right. What's on your mind, Dan? Oh, here goes Dan fighting with this newfangled technology again.
You get me?
Okay, I'm about to say Dan is on that South Side internet.
No, I called in, just want to touch on a topic. What I want to say about the hater thing, I'm gonna use myself for example, but I've never been a hater in my life. Because if I know you're doing something better than me, my whole mindset is, let me get above this person, see what information I can learn from and use it to my own advantage. Now, have I been around some people that's haters or jealousy? Yeah. Start with my own family. That's when the hate and the jealousy come from. It's usually started with the people close to you. So I learned that very early on. And especially a lot of the older ones. So I knew I ain't want to become that. Even now that I kind of, fell on some tough times, and I'm not all the way down bottom. So that's the way I see it.
I posted about that a few days ago, yesterday on Facebook about that. I was like, the people who are most jealous and envious of you are the people sitting at your table and the person laying in your bed. Those are the people who are going to be most envious and jealous of you. There's people who have proximity to you because they're either going to be proud of what you've done and invest in that, or they're going to look at you and say, how'd this nigga do it and I couldn't, and be resentful of it because they have this overinflated sense of self-worth and this bloated ego of themselves, and seeing you succeed where they haven't, well, that puts the pin, and that's the pin going in the balloon.
And especially if people already got a certain perception of it. So I know that, you know what I'm saying, certain people got a certain perception of me. So I'm not blinded by that. But Jason, even say for instance, even if I don't like somebody, say for instance, I don't like you, or I have a certain hatred towards you. Well, I won't say hatred, but I think that's a little harsh. But let's say I could get less than a fuck about you. If you got some valuable information that I need, I'm gonna be objective enough to put all that shit to the side, though. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what smart people do. You know what I'm saying? Put all that shit to the side and
But
see what you can get
Dan,
from.
but Dan, haters aren't smart.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, we reasoning with a fool. You know, we're reasoning with someone who's irrational. We're reasoning with someone who's suicidal. Haters aren't smart. Hating is a feeling. You're describing a logical thought pattern, not a feeling. So the hater hates because that's defining who he is. That's a feeling. He's willing to die, and usually does, for his feelings. He's willing to fail and fall on his face for his feelings. And what you're describing is, okay, you got to put your feelings to the side. Haters can't do that.
And even now with me, I was more, you know, I think I told you this before. I was more resentful. You know, had some anger built up. You know what I'm saying? I was kind of, I was resentful. Made some resentful decisions. Had some anger built up, but with me, I know how to deal with my anger. I know how to deal with it.
Well, that's where all haters start. All haters start with unresolved resentment, because then you got to make a decision. Okay, I'm upset about something. I'm angry about something. Where do I direct that? If I'm the cause of it, do I have the guts to direct that at me? Or am I just going to direct it at anybody else? And that's the way I respond to everything. Even the stuff I've done, there's always somebody else. In which case it never gets resolved.
So in my situation, I always hold myself accountable on everything. You know what I'm saying? And even when I was younger, right? Because at some point you gotta take responsibility for your own fuck ups. Even if you think you've done everything right, or even you done right by people or by certain people that's close to you. So now I think I'm more of a beast at it now. I just do what I do to keep my mouth closed. If you even because a lot of times, like a lot of people love, they like ask me for my opinions or what I think about this. So they'll ask for a logical perspective, but when you give it to them, it's kind of, say they don't take it too well. So what I do is I just mind my own business and focus and get my shit all the way together. Because one thing I know, I would never put myself in a situation. I would never give somebody else the ammunition, the bullets to put me down. So that's what it is. So even like with now, like if I ask you for some advice on something because I know that you know a lot more information than me, I'm gonna take it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? I've never been the type of nigga that when I ask for advice, be mad about the advice. You know what I'm saying? That's just weird to me though.
Well, I mean, remember another thing, haters don't ask for advice. Haters think they know it all. That's the reason they become haters. Haters think they know it all. They're stubborn, they're prideful, they think they know it all. And when things inevitably don't work out, that their knowledge is not sufficient, that's where the hater gets activated. That's where it gets activated. You have a person who's unwilling to admit that they don't know, unwilling to concede to it. Things go bad. It's somebody else's fault. They don't have to change anything they're doing. Rinse and repeat. And they just get angrier and angrier as time goes on, and failure just starts to compound after that.
Yeah, and another thing, I got one more thing, and I ain't gonna hold you up. Them real estate prices. I saw now in Atlanta, them prices are ridiculous. That's Listen, those prices is close to Chicago prices, and speaking of property, you know, I got a couple dollars put up in my savings. You know what I'm saying? Not enough for me to put down 20% because I ain't doing FHA. You know, I already know what type of properties I want, and I know what area I want in. I would buy some properties on the south side because it's a red market for it, but I want to buy something, you know what I'm saying, in my neighborhood, the Ulster area, because that's a very it's a hot market, and it's because it's heavy because you know they're trying to gentrify the whole out west because we, you know, it's a gold mine. You know, anything that's closer to downtown, anything close to that Wrigley Field, the White Sox Stadium, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. But I've been playing closer. Well, I ain't been looking on Zillow. I'll be on Redfin. So my whole thing is now, and I'm doing and I want a multi-unit. I don't want a single family home. I won't even move to a single family home because I don't have a family of my own. I don't have any kids or no wife. So, you know, it makes no sense for a nigga like me to invest in a single family home per se. That's just the way how I see it. But my goal is to basically have enough for 20% down plus closing costs and a year and a half worth of mortgage and taxes. You know, because when you break the taxes down in a year and stuff like that, so if your mortgage and your taxes, well, you know they got garbage fees here. So if I say it's about $1,500 a month, I need to have about 18 months of that put up, and plus some extra money put down if I want to use my money to fix it up, if just in case if certain banks deny me for certain loans. So I ain't got no credit.
Certainly what you want to do is make sure that, you know, you have your money, have your credit score together. That's important. I'm not sure what your problem with FHA is necessarily.
FHA, we put down 3.5%. The thing I don't like about FHA is it's like you're paying more money on the back end. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep, you know, and make your mortgage and your it's they charge you more money on the back end. It's just kind of like,
I mean, it depends. I mean, if you don't have if your credit or down payment is not where it needs to be, well, yeah, I mean, you certainly could probably find yourself in a disadvantageous position. But then again, that's going to be anybody. So more than anything else, the number one thing that gets people, especially if they want to get into real estate or whatever, is being undercapitalized. You certainly don't want to go in with less money, and not having a credit score together, because a credit score is going to determine what your interest rate will be. Remember, folks, your income is what determines how much money you can borrow. Your credit score determines the interest rate. So keep that in mind. Your credit score does not determine how much you can borrow. Your income determines that. The credit score is going to determine what your interest rate will be. So keep those two factors in mind. So yes, you want to come with as much money as you can, but you also want to have as good of a credit score as you can as well. Otherwise, any lender is going to have to mitigate that risk by charging you more or finding another way, or balloon payments or something, because the bottom line is either you didn't bring enough money or your credit is too risky for them. So yeah, they're going to have to do more to basically mitigate that risk for themselves. But definitely that's going to be a good place to start. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight, Dan. Let me get back over here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 404. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's Saeed calling from Atlanta.
All right, Saeed from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Oh. Hey, how's it going, Jason Black? Man, I love your podcast.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're on speaker or Bluetooth or something, but you need to get closer to your phone.
I'm sorry, hold on. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Hey, yeah. Touching on the topic, getting back to these haters, I want to start with my dad first. I feel like he's one of those old niggas that you talk about. Because I've been driving trucks ever since I was 15 years old, and I'm 28 now. and I always wanted to, like, start a business in the trucking industry. I wound up getting my CDL. I've been driving 18-wheelers for the past 5 years. My dad, he never wanted to, like, show me how to, like, start my own trucking business or whatnot. So, had the family business going on, and I wound up breaking away from him. But I would like to, join your Patreon, and if you could, like, and if I could, like, become, like, your apprentice to see, like, how I could, like, get started and, like, get an LLC and, just taking all the lucrative steps, like, to help me, like, starting my business. Because I got good credit. I got about like 5-6 credit cards, probably about $40,000 to $50,000 worth of credit that I have access to, funds.
That's a good start.
Bought my house back. Come again?
That's a good start.
Okay. And I do have a 401k as well. I kind of wanted to talk to you about that too, because I heard you talking to a gentleman earlier, other gentleman who was a truck driver as well, and you said to him how basically, like, with the old generation, all they had to do was work at a company for, like, 25, 30 years, and then that was it with their pension. And when it comes to our generation, since we're millennials, our 401k basically, we may not get that. Like, we can get it. It's just going to be a little bit trickier, a little bit harder for us, because we got to work harder. We got to be more consistent. And we can't have, like, any gaps in our time of working. So I have a full faith in me working, being consistent. I pray that, at least. I know life happens, but let's say, just to be on, kind of like trying to, like, play it safe. Like, do you think it would be, like, smart for me to, like, just take money out of my 401k? Because I have about 6% going into my 401k.
Well, no,
right
because
now,
because you get penalized for doing that. That's the whole point of the 401k. The whole point of the 401k is that, yes, it gives a tax advantage, technically speaking, but only if you leave the money alone until it reaches maturity. So if you go dipping into it, you get penalized for it. That's a weapon. That's a weapon of last resort. You never touch your 401k unless it's a weapon of last resort, and you don't really want that. You're gonna get penalized for doing so. So the taxes you didn't pay, now you're gonna get hit for that. So no, you're killing the whole point of putting money in the 401k in the first place if you do that. So here's the real thing. And now, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay. This is what you all need to understand more than anything else. There are two things in particular that you really want to drill on. Number one, you want to make sure you conserve as much cash as you possibly can here. Not crypto, not Bitcoin, not gold doubloons. You want to have as much cash as you can, because the thing that hurts you all most is being cash poor. Even though you're in a hyperinflated environment and interest rates are out of this damn world and this, that, and the other, the rule still applies. If you are undercapitalized in a capitalist system, you will suffer. So first and foremost, you've got to save much more or retain much more income than you spend. You have to do that. And that has to be standard operating procedure. Next, your credit needs to be good, but you also need to be improving and expanding it on a regular basis. That's going to be very, very key, because your ability to leverage other people's money is what allows you to make some of those bigger moves that you're discussing. You're 28 years old. You're not going to be ready to do that for another few years, because you want to make sure that, you're not going into business to go out of business. You mentioned about the LLC. Once again, like I say, these are terms that get tossed around. LLC is a LLC is just a vehicle. It's just a container, but that might not be the best one. S Corp might be the best one, C Corp. There's a number of different options, so it depends on what the person is doing. Sole proprietorship might be better, having a pass-through. There's a number of different options that you would have dependent on what you're doing and where you are. So you don't want to just grab something because you can. You don't want to just set up an LLC because you can, because there are rules that come along with having an LLC. They've just changed the law. For example, you have to register your LLC with the federal government, and if you don't, you get charged like $500 a day, up to $10,000. So that's new.
Oh, wow.
So thank you, Joe Biden. So like I say, just you don't want to just jump up and go do things because you can. The environment's constantly changing. You got to keep up with the rules for it, and don't just do things to be doing it. So just be aware of what that is. But going forward, you want to make sure you conserve as much money as you can. But more importantly than anything, and if you're on my Patreon or whatever, this is the kind of thing, the real purpose of having the Patreon is to keep you all focused, because the most important thing is, what is your goal? It is useless to be a person who just works and saves money for the purposes of saving money. All the time we hear about some person who they were 70, 80, 90 years old and they had saved up $3 or $4 million and they gave it to a school or gave it to a shelter or gave it to an alma mater. So do you know what that means? They worked their whole damn lives. They had millions of dollars and then they simply gave the wealth to somebody else. This is a person who got into the pattern of saving the money, but they didn't have a goal.
I see what you're saying.
And without that, you're just going to repeat this practice of saving the money. Well, you're saving the money without purpose. What is our goal? If we don't have a goal, then we're just going to start saving it. And next thing you know, you've lived your life and the money never benefited you. So you're sitting around here driving your 89 Ford, when in reality, with that kind of money right there, you should have had something a lot more comfortable, especially as you've gotten older. What the hell good is it that you lived 70, 80, 90 years and the only thing in life you ever saw was the work and the toil and the struggle? Where's the balance in that? Where is the enjoying the best parts of life? Being able to be a person who can tolerate the worst and also a person who's experienced the best. That's balance. That's balance.
Right.
So if you rob yourself of that, I'm very, very concerned about when people rob themselves of that kind of thing. I think that's just cheating yourself out of life. What the hell did you do? Because you lived your whole life and you worked as an unofficial employee of the school, basically. And okay, here, you come take this. No, not my kids, not something else. And they usually do that because they couldn't think of anything else. So more important than anything else, as you're building money and stuff like that, as you got savings and credit and so on and so forth, you want to make sure you have a goal, a very clear, concrete goal, a very specifically defined goal. It needs to have a name. It needs to have a number. It needs to have a dollar figure, an exact dollar figure. Otherwise, you're just aimlessly doing these things you're doing. And what will eventually happen is you will come up with an idea that may or may not be thought through very well. But just like the folks who give their money away, well, it was the first thing I could think of. And it was the most comfortable thing I was with. And I ran out of time for something else. In the chat room, D Money, well, the name there. My goal is financial freedom. That's not a goal. That's a slogan. Financial freedom is a slogan. Affluent is a slogan. If you cannot tell me what the number is that will set you free, then I can promise you'll never get there.
Now that makes sense.
If you want to buy a car, would you say, well, I want to buy a car? Well, which one? Well, one I can afford. No wonder folks keep driving away with junkers or clunkers or lemons or whatever. Furthermore, you might have been able to get something nicer, but did you make a goal of doing so? Oh, no, we didn't. We're not thinking that through. So we're using vague generalities. We think we're being specific, but we're actually not. Financial freedom. Okay, well, Jason, how will I know if I'm using vague generalities? Oh, that's very easy. Is what you said open to interpretation? You see, the reason why you sue people if they don't pay you correctly is because numbers are not open to interpretation. Words are. If somebody said they're going to pay you $150,000, if you look in your bank account and you see $149,000, they did not pay you.
Right.
And you won't have no argument. Either that number says 150 or they didn't do it.
Right.
So that number is not open to interpretation. There's no place they can go and claim that $50,000 is in fact $150,000. Well, if you just look at it the right way, in transcendental meditation, we don't do transcendental meditation here in capitalist system. Either you got my bread or you don't. Either you have this number or you don't. So that's what your mindset needs to be. Now, for all of you here, you don't want to get, I know for a lot of you a lot of you are scared because too many of you, and this comes back to tonight's topic, I'm talking about haters, too many of you have been conditioned to be afraid. You're afraid of saying what that number is because you're afraid of what you'll be thought of. You were raised around poor people, or should I say people who mismanaged their money. And as a result of their mismanagement, they became haters. And all of a sudden, anybody who doesn't mismanage their money is bad. Without you all actually questioning, by the way, do you have some proof that they're bad, or is it just because you were a perpetual screw up? So you have to have that mindset to it. And if you do, I think you'll find a lot of revelations when you start asking those questions. But you all are afraid to say what the number is because you're afraid, well, folks are going to think I'm stunting. Folks are going to think I'm sadiddy. Folks are going to think I'm better than them. Folks are going to think I'm condescending to them. They're going to think I forgot where I come from. But just take a look at what you're saying. Other people will be intimidated. Other people will have a problem with it. I put up a post earlier today here on Facebook where I was reminding the women, one of the dumbest things I see, I didn't say dumbest, I said a fundamental flaw that women keep making. I said the fundamental flaw that most females have is that they'll give a man credit for talking about plans. That wordsmithing that I was talking to the Zoom caller about. Fellows who don't actually have money become very good wordsmiths, and they will talk and regale you for hours and never get around to what they were supposed to do. Most females have had their ankles and feet in the air because some dude talking. Most women have been sexually conquered by a man simply talking. And she assumes that the words that he's saying are in fact a down payment or are in fact actions. They could start confusing those two. You start confusing a fella articulating a plan or articulating a goal with, in fact, being concrete action, and it is not. It is not. Talk is talk. Action is action. You don't give people credit for articulating a thought. You give them credit for bringing you tangible results. That's what you do. And you can't bring me tangible results if you cannot tell me specifically what you're bringing me. You can't do that. You can't. It won't work.
That. And Brother Jason, I had getting back to the housing market you were talking about. I have a house out in Metro Atlanta. I bought my first home back in 2022. My interest rate is at 4%. I was able to get a pretty good interest rate before it had skyrocketed. I would have gotten it lower at the time, but I tried to roll the dice and tried to wait a little bit longer, hoping that the market would go down. But it actually went up within 2 days because I would have gotten it at 3.6%. But I waited about 2 days. It shot up to 4.3%. I was like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and lock it in. So I do have a goal of how long, because this is my first home that I purchased. I do have a goal. I bought it for $200,000. 30 year fixed rate. On a conventional loan. I do have a plan on staying here for 10 years. And then, of course, this is not my dream home. This is a starter home. I do want to.
Okay, let me find out here. Are you married?
No.
Do you have children?
No kids.
Okay, he's not married. He doesn't have children, but he's just strapped himself to a 30-year commitment. For reasons. So I want you to just think that over. I want you to just think that over. Think it over before you think to respond reflexively. By the way, I'm not giving you words. I'm giving you mathematics.
Okay.
He's in his late 20s. He's just strapped himself to a 30-year investment. Well, don't worry. I'll be able to get out from up under that. Well, like I say, selling a house is an involved process. But my whole thing is he said it's going to be a starter home. Well, I get that. The real question is, it's a long-term commitment also. It's also a very heavy commitment. So those are the things I have to ask about. Definitely, if you want to join my Patreon, the link is in the description. You are certainly welcome to join us there. And like I say, if you do, we can see about discussing this a little bit more in depth. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 415. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Don P. calling from San Francisco.
Don from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
You have had a multifaceted, very exciting broadcast tonight. There were a couple people that really touched on some things that caused a little disruption. So, you're talking about the haters. And I think, to the exclusion of yourself, because I can't speak for you, I think at one point in time, we all have been haters in the society, and that's because of the way that the society has positioned us against one another from the onset of us being brought here. And I won't go into all the details with that because folks should know their history. There's always been hateration, but that's always because there's been an elevation that's been designed to cause the division amongst us, because with the division, they maintain control. And you had a lot of good callers up here, a lot of positive, people that were speaking. But I got to get to the clever stuff real quick. We had the black Anthony Milken that was telling you to buy junk bonds. Unless you're real handy with that kind of stuff and being able to move and really get ahead of the market, that's not going to work. The stuff that worked 15 years ago, that stuff doesn't work today. That's outdated. Time has been compressed, and along with that, the value of everything else. The Most High willing, I'll be 60 in July. I have watched the craziness of everything that's gone on. I'll give you a case in point. I sold my family's home at the request of the matriarch.
Well, give me the Reader's Digest version, Don.
Okay, in San Francisco. Okay, we sold it for under $300,000. It's $1.5 million now. So,
if you're buying the right place at the right time. That's that you bought it the right place. Your family came into it in the right place, in the right time, the right epoch in history. It's not like they bought it thinking that was going to occur. There's the real thing about it. They did not buy it thinking that was going to happen. They might have thought it might double. They didn't think it was going to be like, oh, this will be worth millions. So you got to be in the right place at the right time for that. I'll let you have the last word.
I just want to address that I said the milking guy, but also the gentleman that reminded me of Damon Wayne on In Living Color. It's like, brother, you are giving people all kinds of misinformation about this court system, and you have no background. It's, for the most part, a fool represents himself unless he understands the arena in which he's working within. If you're going to file a federal lawsuit, guess what? And this is from personal experience. You can make that claim happen, but then you can shift it and actually get representation. if you try to represent yourself on a superior court level in your state, you're by yourself. You better know all the procedures and rules because you'll lose on that. Other than that, he went to a pop lot. Those cars are sold as is. And yeah, you probably scared them, and that's why they called the police on you. And now you're trying to sue for something that you should have had a greater knowledge of when you walked into that environment.
Well, I'm not sure what happened in that case. I have a few suspicions there. I'm not 100% certain what happened in that case there. He says he's got some lawyers he's working with on his cases, so he's not actually truly handling them by himself, it appears. So I guess he got some lawyers taking it on contingency, but definitely be careful with that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. I mean, Don does raise one good point, though, folks. If you were a hater, would you know it? Everybody says that they're not a hater. When folks hear the word hater, everybody says, oh, that's not me. That's that guy over there. Folks, if you were actually a hater, would you know it? If you were? Would you really know that you were if you were? How many of you just assume, well, of course, I'm not no hater. No, that's somebody else, dude. That ain't me. And do you know how many folks right now do you know there's somebody right now talking about you? That's the most hating ass nigga. Think about that for a few moments. I know some folks didn't like that when Don said we've all been haters. The first thing, there's a whole bunch of folks that come in, I ain't never been no hater. Okay, can you promise me that there isn't somebody out there who thinks you are? A coworker? An ex-girlfriend, an ex-boyfriend, a cousin, a sibling, an ex-wife, an ex-husband? Are you sure? A checkout person at Walmart? Are you sure that there isn't somebody else out there who thinks you're a hater? Are you sure? Are you certain about that? Now, you might be certain that you don't think you are, but are you certain that no one else does? You might be sure that you don't see yourself as a hater. Understood. Are you sure that no one else does? Now, you may argue, well, they're not correct. If they do call me a hater, well, they're not right. Okay, I understand that. But does that change the fact that they say you're a hater? Think about that for a few moments before you just have a reflexive knee-jerk reaction. He wrong. I ain't never been a hater. Okay, are you certain? Are you certain? There'll be some folks out there that they're like, just understand. I can pretty much get the only people in here who don't have somebody who thinks they're a hater are those of you who've been living in your house for the last 20 years. Nobody's seen you. You just haven't come outside. And even then, the mailman might be like, that nigga there's a hater. No, I'm serious. You might be sitting at home, but the mailman may be sitting there and say, yeah, that guy in the house there, he's a hater. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be rational. It does not have to be rational there at all. That's not the way that works. Okay, on the Zoom, you have 5 seconds here to go ahead and start your video for us. All right, Akeem, go ahead and unmute yourself.
What's going on, Jason?
All right, brother. Is this about to be a strip tease?
Nah, my bad. I just got done getting out of the shower. Hard day work.
I'm about to say, between you and the other fella here, they got something for the ladies tonight. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
I'm calling from Minnesota right now by way of Pasadena, California.
All right, he's calling from Magic City. All right, what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, I bought some land in Los Angeles, Lake Los Angeles. It's about like an hour outside of LAX. And I was looking to build an off-grid home, a home called Earthship. It heats and cools itself. This uses like a lot of the natural off-grid components to live in a home. So I was wondering, like, why don't a lot of people just build a home from scratch as opposed to buying a home? Like a lot of homes here in Minnesota, 300,000, 400,000, they're built in the 1800s.
Okay, well, the reason for that is because the biggest expense, I mean, one of the biggest expenses for buying a home or building a home from the ground up is permitting. Usually when homes are built, they're built in subdivisions. The reason for that is because the developers will build a batch of homes at the same time. The advantage of doing that is he can pull all the permits for all these homes at the same time. Whereas when you're just doing a one-off, we're having to go down there and submit for just one property in one place. Usually it's going to be, if it's built to spec, we're not even using, we're going to have an original plan. So all of this is adding to your costs. When you have developers doing it, they got, their cookie cutter processes to it. They got 2 or 3 floor plans they use. So, and they've been doing it. They already know what their lumber costs, what their brick costs, what their roofing costs. They already know what that's going to be because they buy it in batches already. So if you're having a one-off, it's like having a custom made suit. It's going to cost more because you're having a one-off done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the land was about like 30,000, and then just to permit the single-family residence is about like 25,000.
There you go. All right, so that now if you buy them in lots and whatnot, it brings that, at least that part of the price there gets to come down. But then they just jack it up on the other end, by the way. So now you get the idea. So that's basically it. Yeah, in the chat, when they're talking about zoning, but I'm like saying, when you're trying to pull permits and things like that, there's all those things that go with a one-off. Now, if you're in a rural area, you probably don't have to worry about zoning, sure. But, I mean, you're still going to have these other things to be concerned with. And by the way, is it wired up for internet? Is it wired up for phone? Usually everything's going to have phone service, but is it wired up for internet? Is it wired up for water? Those are things that add the cost.
Yeah. I looked into, like, there's a lot of, like, so Edison is the main electric provider.
Okay, Con Edison.
Exactly. And they're basically saying, the city's basically saying, if you want to live out there, you have to connect water, sewage, and the power. And the closest power line to me is about like 300 yards.
Okay.
So that's about
you're going to have to pay for them to wire that up now. Since it's one structure, now you got to pay for them to run the lines or run the piping and everything to that one structure. They may or may not, like I say, that may be covered under public utility. It just depends. So I don't know how they would do that, because in some cases, because it's a public utility, sometimes they have to wire you up or have to run water and sewage. I don't know. I don't want to speak for where you are there, but if you do, yeah, the costs are going to go up.
There you go. Hey, I had a question about, like, so there's an organization out of New Mexico. They build homes from the ground up, but there's this old white dude. He started this organization, and basically his whole motto is like he built these off-grid homes, and the city, New Mexico, they're allowing them to test bombs there, and he wants to test homes, but these homes essentially are going to allow for people to be independent from utilities. And it's just they get like a lot of pushback when building these homes, even though they're structurally sound buildings. He's talked about, like, one of his architect buddies built a home and it killed 7 people. He built a home and people are living off grid, and they terminated his license. So when it comes to, like, for me, I just can't be. I don't want to live next to someone. I don't want to look out my window and be able to see someone. I want to at least have like a mile. I have about 5 acres out there, so it's a lot of land around me. But there are difficulties when you're talking about, like, the permitting and just like the loopholes when it comes to, like, where I'm at. There's a lot of Joshua trees, so for the city, they won't let anyone cut them down.
I'm about to say, if you got Joshua trees, they're not going to let you cut those down. So,
but if you're a tech company who's coming through and, like you're saying,
they might give you an exemption. They'll give you an exemption to burn the whole damn mountain down. So, I mean, but then again, that's the way that goes with those big interests like that, because they're bringing a lot more than you are. So as far as they're concerned, there's an offset. You're just there to live. These folks are here to facilitate commerce, which is what pays government. That's why I was starting off the program like that. Please remember, there's no incentive for a city, government, municipality, or a state, or the federal government of America to let things become cheaper. There's no incentive to do that. You have a big machine. It's hungry for dollars. And folks who come up talking about, hey, I'll bring $1 billion. They're going to give him whatever he wants. He's feeding the machine. So as far as they're concerned, you're actually taking from the machine. He's feeding it. So yeah, you need to quit doing what you're doing. Oh, him, burn the mountain down. Do what you do. So that's the way that goes in that regard. Now, as far as being in rural area there, I'm from Louisiana, so of course I know quite a few things about rural area. The only thing is, like I say, that it can be a double-edged sword. If you're in an area that's flooding, wildfires, prone to snow, it does snow in California in some places. Like I say, it just depends. It may be worth it, then again, it may not be. If you're miles and miles away from people and you need help, it's just you. Now, granted, you probably fancy yourself a strapping lad, which is perfectly fine, understood. I can take care of myself. Well, everybody says that until a real emergency breaks out. So I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure you're single with no kids and it would be just you. So these are things to keep in mind. It plays out very wonderfully in our heads, but in a life or death situation, you're kind of by yourself, or in just a serious situation, you'd be by yourself. So there are pros and cons to it.
Would you suggest someone who's interested in I went to school for agriculture, but more focused in controlled environmental agriculture? A lot of these cities are going to start growing their food, at least the produce that they can grow. You're not going to be able to grow pineapples, mangoes, and avocados, but they will be able to grow their onions, tomatoes, and lettuces and stuff. Local cities. Would you think it'd be lucrative for young people and people who are looking for a hands-on trade, not just agriculture, but different skills, but to move towards buying land and developing it, even though it might be an hour outside the city?
Yeah, I mean, look, if a person is going to get involved in agribusiness, which is what that would be, not agriculture, but agribusiness. Dude, we've got some of the largest, most powerful corporations on the planet that are doing that. Monsanto and Arthur Daniels Midland and ConAgra. I mean, I've been by some of their farms. I've been by some of their territories. These things are not 5 acres. These things are 500 acres. They literally go on for miles and miles and miles. I've seen miles and miles, and I'm talking about 30 or 40 miles of cotton. Not just on the roadside, but as far out as the eye can see. I've seen it with my own eyes. In Virginia, I've seen it with my own eyes. In other places, I won't go down the list. I've seen them. I've seen them in Louisiana. I've seen them. So with that being the case, just understand that's what you're up when you talk about agribusiness. California coming down through Oregon. When you first hit the state line, Interstate 5, coming down through Oregon. Okay, when you go through the mountains, because that takes for damn me ever. That's going to be about 6-8 hours getting through all that. Then when you get to the orange groves, I got footage of that all the way out to the mesas. And I'm talking about that's a good 30, 45-minute drive to get through the orange groves. Just the oranges. So what I'm saying is that's not agriculture, that's agribusiness. And what I'm saying is that if that's not the direction that you're thinking in, it's not viable. I mean, a farmer's market is nice, don't get me wrong, and probably the food hasn't been genetically modified and mutated. Thank you. We appreciate that. But like I say, just how economically viable that is would be another question.
Would you think education would be a avenue in bringing young people and also just creating a conscious awareness of where our food's coming from? Like me and you, we've seen the agriculture all around the world and driving across the country, but most people, they don't, I went to Africa and they were like, we see our chickens every day. And I'm like, the average American sees a chicken maybe every 6 months to a year, if that,
By the same token, our electricity is on 24/7 too.
Right.
So he sees his chickens every day. We see our lights every day. So Let me just leave that there. What I will say is, I mean, certainly that kind of thing could help, but I mean, as far as young people are concerned, their physical fitness is going to be more of a consequence of how they're raised than anything else. There's a reason why you see folks who tend to be overweight in the southern states and whatnot, and then you go to California, New York, Florida, and you don't see that as much. It's the culture not to do that. These places that got beach cultures and things like that versus places that don't have that at all. The real reason why you got folks who are thinner and more fit out there is because they got a beach culture in those places. Well, those of us who live in landlocked states, Louisiana's not landlocked technically, but our coast isn't a beachfront. It's actually for farming and seafood and oil. So we don't actually have a beachfront the way that these other Gulf states do. Well, with that being the case, that changes the cultural environment. You have people who go to the coast not to go fun and sun. They go to the coast to go, be roughnecks or to work on oil rigs or things like that. Well, that doesn't require six-pack abs. Right. As a matter of fact, it's probably a negative. So I'm saying is those are cultural things right there. No education really required in that regard. Now, knowing what people eat and everything is a fine, wonderful thing. But once again, that's an educational effort. I don't think that requires an apprenticeship necessarily. So it's because it's one thing if you're talking to one or two people. It's another thing if you're trying to talk to thousands.
I'm really trying to talk to millions, honestly.
Okay. If you're trying to talk to millions, now you're saying you wish to become a personality.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what you're really asking to do. You're asking to become yes, you are, sir.
I can be a spokesman.
It's the 21st century. Okay, I'm going to be a spokesman. Who you spokesman to?
I work with a lot of college athletes, and we're doing a lot of work around NIL. And we were doing it way before the NIL rule changed and all that. And that's kind of like what I want to segue into when it comes to like working with agriculture and being able to fund these like type of endeavors with NIL and working in that area.
I don't know what NIL has to do with agriculture.
It's just that's just my passion, agriculture and controlled environmental ag, getting the community involved in.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a piece of advice here right now is that the world pays you for your results, not for your passions.
Right.
So the world rewards you for where you're excellent, not where you're passionate. Mm-hmm. And that's just the bottom line. So you will need to keep that in mind for the rest of your days. Some things will be your profession. Other things will have to be a hobby.
Right.
Because by definition, they'll need to be. As far as name, image, likeness is concerned, that's simply a marketing tool. Mm-hmm. So you slap that on to something that it is able to provide value to. Mm-hmm. That's the only place where NIL comes in. So as far as agriculture, I don't know. I mean, if you're going to make some Shaquille O'Neal corn or something like that, I guess that's an option for you there. Right. Once again, though, like I say, it doesn't require 5 acres. I do want you to understand what you're actually saying, though, because I saw you bristle at what I said there, but that's what you described. Mm-hmm. I've talked to fitness people now for years, and most quote unquote fitness people are abysmal, abject failures when it comes to business in any capacity. Yeah. The reason that they are failures is because they do not understand what they're actually selling. They want their customers / clients to buy what they are selling, as opposed to them figuring out, why did these people come here? Nobody comes to see a fitness trainer because they care about cholesterol or high blood pressure. Nobody does. For those of you who have never struggled with your weight, then you've never had to think about that. But you don't make money off of that. You make money off people who do have weight issues and haven't figured out or don't have the discipline or whatever to handle that on their own. Well, that person isn't there. You're sitting up here trying to bash them over the head about the negative effects of walking around with too much fat or cholesterol. They don't give a damn about that. That way, they want 6-pack abs, or this female wants a slim waist so that she's more sexually desirable. That's what they want. They are coming to you because being fit will expand their sexual options. And as opposed to fitness trainers selling that, Jillian Michaels was very good for that. Instead of fitness trainers who understand this and don't fight it and say, okay, let me sell you what you want. All right, now do this stuff over here. Instead, no, you need to understand your cholesterol and hypertension, and you're losing them. So that's why I'm saying that they don't understand what they're actually selling. If you want to speak to the masses, sir, in the 21st century, you just described being a personality. People don't listen to books. They don't listen to websites. There's a reason why we have a term for it, social media influencer. We literally have a term for it now. That's it. So if you want to try to go against the grain or go against the tide, that's an easy way to end up a voice in the wilderness. Well, I work with athletes. I don't know how many, but if you're trying to work with thousands of people, then you are describing being a personality. That's what you're describing. Now, I understand if you're like me, I don't like people. You're talking about getting a place that's off the grid, so clearly you're not a great big people person in that regard. Trust me, I understand that. I'm not a big people person either. However, if the people were standing in front of a Circle K in Ruston, Louisiana, I would be in front of a Circle K in Ruston, Louisiana. The people are online. The people are on the internet. The people are on television. That's where the audience is. Unless you're going to go out and go meet these thousands of people one by one. Now, if that's what you're going to do, then disregard everything you just heard me say.
I've been doing that. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been doing
that. How's that working out for us?
It's been, it's been almost like a 8-9 year journey, but
well, that's a hell of a way to spend a decade.
Man, tell me about it.
That's a hell of a way to spend a decade. So what I'm saying is, okay, well, you can keep doing that if you wish to, or you can cast a bigger net. Something's got to give. You cannot say, I want to get the results I want to get, but I will only accept it if I can get it doing it the way I feel comfortable doing it. As a person who apparently does fitness, you've probably seen people do that. Well, I'll follow your instructions so long as I'll follow your meal plan so long as it's something I'm comfortable eating. I'll follow your diet plan so long as it's something I like to eat. Well, you already know how that goes. He likes to eat Krispy Kreme and ice cream bars. Okay, well, try getting a 6-pack ab out of that.
If you can stay away from the bare minimum, just from processed foods, you're winning. That's
okay. Well, and if they love their product, I will only take your diet plan if it allows me to eat some processed foods because I'm comfortable with that. So do you see what's happening? It's the same thing. So you're gonna have to do the same thing, bro. Something got to give. So what you're doing right now is like the days of Jesus Christ. You're meeting people one by one. And don't get me wrong, vacuum cleaner salesmen used to do it, and then they bought TV commercials. If you want to reach thousands of people, you need to go where thousands of people aggregate. Or keep doing what you're doing.
Understood. I really liked your broadcast. I was a former college athlete, so I really like the broadcast that you put on about just like the whole college athletic landscape. And that's kind of like where the fitness, health, nutrition, working with kids comes into like navigating the college athletic landscape with NIL and athletes sharing their stories and stuff like that.
Well, I certainly hope you got something out of it.
No, yeah, I'm like one day at a time. But I'm definitely taking a lot of cues and a lot of the game, the free game you're laying down. And I'm a Patreon member, so maybe I'll give you an email and we can continue.
Well, remember, NIL is useless without a marketing vehicle for it. That's why most of your athletes now, I mean, if in case you all haven't noticed, because I don't know how old you are, but you all are probably old enough to know that it used to be that the guys were on TV, they played football, and then only a few of them would ever become coaches, and only a few of them would ever become sportscasters. Although it was a cutthroat environment to become, one of the commentators or sportscasters, like for the NFL. And now the internet has opened up, and a lot of these other folk have gotten smarter about that. They're no longer chasing becoming a television personality. The internet has allowed them to go ahead and set up shop on their own. So they're able to leverage their NIL themselves. Shannon Sharp has done it to outrageous success at this point. I mean, he's on his way, but he's not the only one. So recognize what NIL actually is and how it's actually leveraged. If you have a media vehicle to attach it to, that's how it works. If we lack that, it's just a name. But definitely, you're welcome to give me a call on Patreon. We'd be glad to speak with you.
Perfect. Yeah. I wanted to say one thing. What I wanted to say, the NIL ground, like you say, if you don't have a vehicle to push it, and that's why I'm looking. I was just seeing like the IRS, they just put this memo out saying like these universities are on the borderline, maybe committing fraud when it comes to the NIL being the NIL collective being a LLC or a nonprofit. And I'm just looking at these universities. It seems like they can't utilize the NIL collective for a good cause because they're trying to exploit the athlete. They can't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they'll. What we're finding out is that, of course, they're okay. Well, they will pursue NIL, but only if they can still keep a lock on it and
Right.
still keep the exploiting. And that's the part that's not going to work. So they're not going to let this go easy. They're not going to let it go easy and just let you all be free agents as far as your name, image, and likeness. Not if they don't have to. So there's definitely obstacles to that they're putting there because they're trying to figure out a way to keep the old system intact. And now you've moved out of it. It's going, well, how do we put a loophole in here that makes you end up right back where you were again?
Well, why, if the athletes create a collective of their own, former athletes talking about the abuses of the NCAA, the abuses of power, and we put a collective together and share stories, the NCAA is not going to share that. They don't want to put that type of content out. But
I mean, I don't want to say too much here. What I will say is I am painfully aware of this. I have spoken. I've got professional athletes who are friends of mine. So, and that's why you all don't hear me. The real reason you all don't, I should be doing this on Patreon, I shouldn't be doing this on YouTube, but the real reason you all don't hear me talk about that kind of thing is I've talked to these dudes about that. I did that over a decade ago, over 2 decades ago. I talked to these professional athletes about this. And the truth of the matter is, it's kind of like, in a lot of their cases, it's like dealing with folks in the music industry. They don't want to deal with that. They just, let me pursue my art. Let me do that. Let me just run up and down the field. Let me enjoy playing football. And you're trying to stop them from playing football and say, hey, brother, come over here so we can discuss this name, image, likeness. Like, hey, you busting up my hustle. You busting my high. I need to get in some more rounds. And I need to do the 100. And that's really what it is. So what you're having is a conflict of motivation. And they only get motivated after they've been screwed out their money.
Well, I knew it was a scam when I read the contract to accept my scholarship. I played in 2011. I'm 30, but to accept my scholarship, no matter, I went to Oregon State, but no matter what, USC, Yale, wherever, you have to give away your NIL to accept your scholarship. You have to give away your name, image, and likeness in perpetuity throughout the universe. When I seen that term, that means like I didn't really play that much, but I went to school to be an engineer. But when I got there, I played one game and I had like a sack, and they put me on a Pac-12 commercial. They didn't call me nothing. I wasn't tripping. I already knew I signed my name, image, and likeness away. I was like, could you just send me like a high resolution copy or just like let me know that you're using it? But like, nope. They can do whatever they want.
No, we can use it anytime.
They're going to use it on Mars.
And it is imperative that they do that without notifying you. Now, understand something. That wasn't an oversight. That's deliberate. It is imperative that they do it without notifying you, because if they do, you are setting a precedent that says that we only use these if we notify them, even if it's not in writing. Remember, practices can be codified as agreement. So if it becomes their practice of notifying you all, you can start making a case in court that, they should have notified us because they've been doing it all this time.
But like you said in your previous broadcast, they're getting the athletes and the parents to be happy to give the fruits of their labor away for free.
Yes, I mean, that's the whole thing. And a lot of them are.
Yeah, most of them are. It's hard to find athletes who are like, hey, these coaches really don't care. It's just business.
Yeah, I mean, nobody cares about it until they look at their bank account or their playing years are over. That's usually what happens. They're in college and they can't make it to the pros. Now they're looking backwards to see if there's anything they can salvage from their college time. Now they're concerned about it. Now they want to know where the money is. But before then, they were just going along to get along. And that's a mindset. If you want to get into collective bargaining or agreement, that's the mindset that we've been fighting now for a while. Let's be clear, brother. You know this. I mean, I'm glad you're here for this. You know this. If you've dealt with college sports, you know, if you do high school sports and college sports, the best athletes are not the ones on the field. The best athletes who were chosen are the ones on the field.
Not to cut you off, I went to Oregon State 2011, 2014. People don't believe me. I tell them, hey, we had a team that could win the national championship. People like, Cap, no way. Hey, they're not playing the best player. They're playing the player who's the most subservient. They're playing the player who's fucking doing, hey, we want you to cut your dreads. They're playing the player who's going to miss class to go to practice.
Yeah, and if the best player is going to be riding the bench. So his stats will never get up. So they're going to tell him, well, he didn't have the stats. He's been sitting on the damn bench for the last damn 3 years. So little stunts like that to make sure that we can overlook them. So I try to warn people all the time. I've been trying to tell them, the best athletes are not the ones on the field. They're not the ones on the court. Those are just the best ones who were selected. Those are the best ones who were chosen. I tell people all the time, if Nick Saban says you ain't going pro, you're not going pro. You're not. Because the Dolphins, the Saints, whatever, I don't give a damn what your stats were in Alabama. If they call Nick Saban and he says, yeah, not this guy, you're not going. You're not. That's just it. If I'm lying, call me out on it.
You lying, you flying. Hey, but how do we create a solution?
Right here, what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now. Look, brother, look. Like the Sparrow said on Game of Thrones, you, the powerful, are the few. We, the weak, are the many. And when the many stop being afraid of the few, and then he just walked off. So it's a mindset that has to be changed, brothers. You're on board, but the problem is, it's like Harriet Tubman. You're a free-minded ex-slave. The rest of them, you got to convince them that they're actually slaves. This is not about getting you to understand it. It's about getting them to understand it.
I've been listening to you for like 15 years. Like when I was in college, that's when I first found out about you, and I already had this kind of mindset of like.
But we didn't have an NIL back then, brother. I mean, we've made progress. The very fact that NIL and University of California and these other schools, the very fact that we made it this far, dude, this was impossible to even think of 7 years ago.
Right.
And now we're here.
You're absolutely right.
So that is what progress. Look, you never make progress as fast as you would like to. You would love this to be overnight. But the problem is, there's a lot of moving parts in the machine, so we're not going to get there overnight. But take a look at where we're at. This is a conversation that was sacrilege 36 months ago. And they were convincing us, y'all just need to shut up about this because you're never going to get it. Okay, and now here we are. Mm-hmm. So this is what progress looks like. If you want quick progress, I mean, it's kind of like when they talk about democracy, they say, if you want quick progress, get a dictatorship. In this situation here where you don't get to round people up and tell them, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to have to convince them. It's just, that's just the way. It's an education effort. You're talking about education. This is an educational effort. And that's what you're signing up for. Because you got it. Okay. But the problem is you're not the only one who matters. So now you got to get the rest of them to get it. So you're going to have patience. You're hearing dumb things. It's like, okay, you're seeing folk making mistakes. It's like, okay, this is not going to turn out well for you. You're going to be regretting this. Hey, I'm trying to stop you before we get down there and shut up and dribble. Okay. So it's an education effort, but we have made progress. Let's be very, very clear about that. We have made progress. We're having conversations now that were unthinkable 7 years ago. And here we are. And it's going to continue, and it's going to get better. And when it is over, college athletes will be paid the same way the coaches are paid. Mm-hmm. If you all want Jason Black's prediction, college athletes will be paid the way that the staff is paid. That's the first thing. Yes, college athletes will be drafted to schools and given bonuses to go to schools. Yes, they will. The same way the coaches are. And last but not least, you'll most likely end up with a playoff system. Because that is the inevitable result, because that is where the big money will be. So mark my words, eventually we're going to get to that. because that's where the money is. Now, the money ain't for them for the NIL, but once you break them down completely on that, they're going to have to give in to the rest of it. They'll have to. And because they're going to have to get the money up as much as they can.
Mm-hmm. I know we're going pretty long. I want to ask you another question. Like, how would you kind of like move into forming an organization that is like a boys and girls club, YMCA, but in the sense of all these universities, they're extracting the leaders from the communities. All these athletes are leaders and role models, positive leaders and role models in the community. And most of the time, before we have a record of them just throwing these people back after they use them, after they extracted all the resources and youth out of them, and they're back in their community with nothing. So how can we take the athletes who understand that problem and they understand that, hey, doing a camp is cool, but we need to lay some concrete. Like, how do we form that mindset in their mind so we can actually like form that like in the real world? And
okay, be aware of the fallacy that you articulated there. So what you said is logical, but there's a fallacy in there. And the fallacy is that you said, and what happens when they go back to the neighborhood with nothing? Actually, that's a fallacy. They do not go back to the neighborhood with nothing. They go back with their name.
Right.
Please remember, the whole reason for the NIL thing kicking off is Ed O'Banion. Well, I mean, we're talking about college sports. Mm-hmm. The fact that, by the way, we were always looking at the pros, but college has a tremendous following that had been understated. And I was there when the Big Ten got its multi-billion-dollar deal. So, like I say, when you saw those kind of numbers, it's like, oh, they NCAA has always known that. The real thing is about keeping everybody else in the dark. The numbers got too big to be able to do that. But these guys, if they have a fantastic year at Duke or something, they're very well known. You know this, but in college, that's part of what they use to recruit people. Hey, don't you want to be on the same team that Shaq was on? Don't you want to be on the same team Dion was on? So they have your big old picture in there and whatnot, and they use that to recruit the next generation of athletes. So you don't just leave college sports necessarily. You leave with your name. And for a lot of these fellas, the truth of the matter is that's currency. So it's very hard to convince them that they left with nothing when people recognize them everywhere they go. That serves as a very big comfort. Mm-hmm. That's a very big consolation prize. But then again, it should be. That's how they got you to play for nothing when you're at the school.
Right.
So this is just continue. He's used to getting nothing, brother. You got to get him to not be okay getting nothing. But I'm a big believer. I mean, I think you're starting in the right direction. You start with the young. Don't write off these other fellows here. You want to start with the young, but that starts with them. Now you're talking about elementary school. Mm-hmm. You're not talking about high school. I think by the time you get to high school, it's already too late.
Right.
I think that they need to be taught the value of money before they ever pick up a football. So that way, when they do pick up the football, nobody will be able to sit up here and hoodwink them and pull the wool over their eyes that your job is to run down the field with the ball while we make all the money.
Well, yeah, the whole purpose of for me, like putting resources into an organization that's going to like solve a problem is to build a community. You need more than just football players. You need doctors, engineers, a whole plethora of people, not just athletes. So if we can get, athletics has allowed for a lot of people to travel the world and experience things they never would experience. And with that being said, I feel like athletes have responsibilities to their communities, knowing the odds, how hard it is play on a high school team, let alone a college team or a professional team, and give something back to the community.
Well, you make a good point there, but I want you to understand, rich people listen to rich people. Successful people listen to successful people. Influential people listen to influential people. If you want those folks to listen to you and take you seriously, you're going to have to become one of them. Okay. Ain't no way around it. So that's what I was saying before. You might balk at the media thing, but like I say, just remember they're going to listen to people who they think are on their level. That's who's going to have their ear.
Right.
And especially for parents or whatever who got kids, they're going to listen. You have a lot more stroke if you're somebody that they know or whatever. That's just where we are today. That's the bad news. The good news is, okay, it is what it is. Can you use it?
Mm-hmm. No, you're absolutely right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, like I say, I mean, definitely these are things you don't want to do. Trust me, I am not a people person. Never have been. But, you got to move how you got to move. And if this is where the advantage is, I might not be a people person, but I'm also another person who believes in bad strategy. So if this is where the people are, if this is where the influence is, if this is where the movement is, if this is where the energy is, then that's where I want to be. If that's what it is, that's where I want to be. So, like anybody else here, you certainly don't want to be in a situation where you're losing. That's not where I want to be. Passion is a great thing, but I'm more of a stickler for performance. Do you know you're a hater? Would you know you were? Take a look at your attitude about money, other people's. Take a look at your attitude about success. Take a look at your attitude about results or lack thereof. Take a look about that. Take a look at your life goals. Do you have too much? Is the phrase too much something that's in your vocabulary? Is it really too much, or is it really just something you couldn't do? Was it really too much? Was their house really too nice? Their car really too nice? Their clothes really too nice? Was it really too nice, or was it just, the bottom line is this is actually something you couldn't actually do? And rather than say, you know what, this is an area to step my game up, pop your collars, I'm great. I'm greatness too. No, you're not greatness. If you have to say you're greatness, that's your first clue you're not. So you might be a hater. You might be a hater. Examine your attitude about these things. Money and failure. Other people. Examine that. You might be right. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you are not a member of our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us, and we're glad to have you there. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal or Venmo. Thank you very much here to Evan, Lesia. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that, and to everyone else here. I want to thank all of you for joining us for tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business over 4 hours. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.